All right. Hello, everyone. This is JP Saricolia here. Welcome to this live stream. Thank you, those who are taking the time to watch with the show. It's been a while, as I mentioned. It has been like 8 or 9 months since we did a live show. It's been a while. A lot of things. I'm sorry that I did not get the opportunity to do anything sooner. Live, of course. So many things that have transpired in my life, and we've been busy. No complaints on that. But it's always great to really take the time to really spend time with, with the community, particularly the community that has been involved with this channel for a long time. We are already celebrated the 13th anniversary of this channel at the end of last year. However, my first actual review, when I speak from my mouth, when I talk and I review something, was 13 years ago, was in February. So it's a few days from now. My first video review, statue review, was the Deadpool by the Kucharik brothers, Bowen Designs. And that was the beginning, really, of this, of really getting involved into producing content for the channel. Now, I want to make sure. Okay, I want to make sure that you can hear. Let me know if the music is too loud. Let me know if everything is too loud. I'm still adjusting things here. It's amazing how when you stop doing something, it's like you kind of forget how to do it. So for some reason, I updated my everything on my computer. I updated this, for example, be able to use OBS. I did OBS, lost everything that I previously had, so I have to kind of reformat things. I do have, I've been streaming a little bit on my gaming channel, just a little bit, not much, over the past few months. So I had to reset everything because I'm using my graphic card that I use. It's a more powerful one. It's a 4K one, so it's definitely had to reset a lot of things. So it was causing some conflict, so I have to reset all that. And I haven't done anything here, so I need to reset it. I need to work on certain things to make the transition, the live stream more smooth. And we'll work on that. But I want to say thank you to those that really watched my previous video. It caused a lot of controversy, my video, when I'm talking about the state of the statue collecting in particular, talking about that. I feel that in this case, the hobby is dying. And I know a lot of people didn't like the comment. It caused a lot of conversations, particularly in certain Facebook groups where I share it. Even though in that video I talk about social media being such a thing that is really pushing people away. And, like I said, it really worked on that. Because a lot of people were not happy with it. For a lot of people were just, attacking me personally and all that. And I'm not the type of person that walk away from a fight. I'm not afraid of people who have a voice, who have proven nothing to anyone here. And they has nothing to prove. I had nothing to prove as a content creator and as a statue collector. You can check the checks. You can actually look at the receipts. I've been doing this for a long time. And the proof is here on YouTube. I've been doing this for a long time. So I don't need to prove anything to anyone. So, but yeah, still, some people feel like they entitled, that they feel attacked for some reason because someone shares their opinion, because I share my opinion about how I feel where the hobby is going. And it's not a personal attack to anyone. It's just the reality of the hobby that we're at, particularly statue collecting. It's not the only hobby I have. I'm a toy collector. I'm a die-cast collector. I'm an omnibus collector. I collect so many things. I'm a gamer. So to me, this is not the end, per se, of my collecting years or my life as a collector. I'm still going to collect. I'm still going to collect statues for sure. But the reality is that the statue collecting is changing. It has changed a lot. And it has to do with the craziness that's happening, of course, with pricing, with the cost of manufacturing, all of the things that I mentioned in my video. If you haven't watched that video, I invite you to watch it. Because I'm really sharing what I see as the problem right now in statue collecting. It's a video, it's my opinion, of course, and it's not an opinion that I just created for the sake of it or for clickbait. It's just my opinion. The reality is that I've seen this occurring in this hobby for a long time. And you know, if you ask me like 10 years, 15 years ago, if this was the end of my hobby career, because people were saying the same thing, people that were there before me, and I used to think that they were crazy. I even talked about it several times here on the channel. I thought that they were crazy. But honestly, once you keep walking this road, then you realize, wait a minute, they were right. You know, I was wrong. And I can say the same thing. Not saying that the hobby is dead, that I don't enjoy it, and I still want the best for the hobby. I just feel that there are a lot of things that need to be worked on for the improvement of it, and actually for, you know, for people to be more participant of this hobby, you know, for people to be part of this hobby. I think that's what we all want, is for the hobby to thrive, to grow, to be more manageable, more accessible. If you make it more exclusive, then you start losing what really make this hobby a one thing as important as it was. Yes, it has never been cheap, but this hobby has always been about attracting people, fans, and to give a piece of that fandom to people. And it's always been the case, and I love that part of the hobby. So, but we will discuss that in another video. That is not the reason I want to make this video, really, because what I want to do with this video really is to cover the most recent collectibles. Of course, I've been missing so much time, so I cannot cover everything that I have missed, but I'm gonna cover a few things that I think are important, more recent things, and perhaps some of the stuff that some of the companies that I'm gonna talk about today, they are doing, and I think it's important to cover. So just to give you an idea, as always, you know, I do action figures. You know, I start with them and I start moving up in the scale until we get to the big boys, the big scale statue scales. But today I want to talk about a few companies on the action figure world. I want to talk about Super7. As you can see in the title, we want to talk about Tigersharks, one of my favorite cartoons, although it have a very short span. Part of that trilogy of Thundercats and Silverhawks. I love Tigersharks. I grew up watching that cartoon in the 80s, one of my favorite cartoons. And the fact that Super7, they announced it last year that they were doing this, but the fact that they already have a pre-order for the first wave, it's amazing. So we're going to cover it today. Hey, what's up, Agent? BP3TM. I really want the Prime1 He-Man statue, but that price, yes, I know. We're going to talk about it today. So talking about the stuff that we're talking about, of course, we're talking about Super7 Tigersharks. I want to cover that quickly and look at what Super7 is doing, really. Mondo's been doing some stuff. Mondo's been killing it with action figures, with the vinyl stuff. I want to talk about the Beavis and Butthead, part of their squats line that they're doing now. You know, sadly, I think a few weeks ago, a month, last year or so, I don't know. It was something not a long time ago. The final day that MTV aired, and is gone, completely gone, which is something so sad to think about it because, you know, I'm a MTV guy. I grew up with MTV. So no seeing it again. And Beavis and Butthead was a big part of that too. And so many shows that happen in MTV, so many things that happen that are part of pop culture now. But we're going to look at what they're doing with Beavis and Butthead, definitely an icon of the 90s. We're going to also look at a company that I never really talk about it here on the channel, but they produce a lot of vinyl figures as well. Big Boys Toys, that is the name of it. They have a Hellboy that I saw in Sideshow. That company's been, for a while, they've been producing a lot of Street Fighter vinyl figures, kind of like, you know, different dioramas. Very cool stuff. I've seen it before, PVC stuff, but they have this vinyl that looks really, really neat. So we're going to look at the stuff they're producing there. Of course, we're going to talk about another company now in the 1/6 scale, Infinite Statue, this Italian company that is doing amazing figures. We have talked about them before. Infinite Statue, they have The Crow. You're a fan of that iconic, particularly because this is based on of course, on Brandon Lee, on that iconic film of Brandon Lee. So we're going to look at The Crow. Looks really great on Sideshow. Definitely we're going to cover Hot Toys. Hot Toys always producing stuff. Particularly, one of the things that they're always producing, one of the ones that caught my attention was Indiana Jones. Indy looks great. So we're going to look at it today. We're going to maybe look at some of the other stuff that Hot Toys is doing. On the statue side, I want to talk about Tweeterhead. They just released, they sent out not long ago, a few days ago, a newsletter, the first newsletter 2026, where they cover talking about a lot of the things that a lot of people have been worried about Tweeterhead for last year, where they were very, very quiet for so many reasons. Chad talked about it. The owner of the company talked about it. He even went to the live show of the Batman statue collector. He discussed it there a couple of times. Then he went kind of missing. You know, things he couldn't control, I guess. But there is more information, some new information that is important to cover. So I want to look at the stuff that Tweeterhead is talking about. After that, I want to look at the most recent releases from First for Figures. They have, if you're a fan of Cowboy Bebop, they have a 1/8 scale Spike Spiegel statue. Very nice. It's a resin statue. Very nice price too. And we're going to maybe look at other things that First for Figures is doing. Of course, we're going to talk about Jubilee from Sideshow Collectibles. Sideshow, of course, has released a few things, but I think that what most people are interested right now is Jubilee. There's a lot of conversations, particularly with the price point. I want to discuss. We're going to look at the piece and the art, but also we're going to discuss what I believe of the price. And I know no people are happy, and of course, kind of tagging into what I said before, definitely prices are crazy right now, but we're going to look at the stuff there. And also, we're going to look at Prime1 Studio. Prime1 Studio has released statues recently of course, Avatar. We're going to look at the Avatar statues that released quarter scale, which look amazing. I watched the most recent film. I wanted to talk about the film, review it. Hey, what's up, my friend? Mr. Popo. What's up, guys? I want to talk about it, too. I want to talk about when I watched the film, again, it was okay. But, you know, the statues are amazing for sure. The art is amazing. So we're going to look at it today. Of course, we're going to talk about He-Man and Battle Cat, which looks amazing. We're going to look at it today. Maybe we talk a little bit about what I think, and I didn't get the opportunity to talk about the most recent showcase. I was on vacation. I was traveling during that time for the holiday, which is kind of weird that they decided to do it on Christmas Day. Most people are away. Some people are home, of course. You know, maybe people having time. But I don't think it's the smartest choice. Perhaps there was they could have done it early in January around this time, and people would be excited because this is the time where things are gearing up. The holidays are weird, so I don't know why they did it. So I didn't watch it. But I watched it actually this week in its completion. You know, like I watched an extras here and there, but I decided to watch it all. And yeah, there was some cool stuff. So maybe we talk about it. Of course, there's some other stuff that was released. Prime1 Studio, they released Mai Shiranui from King of Fighters. They released that this week. An amazing looking piece. Of course, also, we're going to talk about PCS Collectibles. They have released a lot of statues recently. If you're a fan of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the TMNT, which they look great. Rocksteady, they got Crank. This is the 1/3 scale. I don't know why people feel they need to have a 1/3 scale statues of those guys. I'm not sure. I don't know what's happening with people. Everybody wants to have big stuff, but everybody complains about the price. And at the same time, everybody wants bigger stuff, you know, which it's kind of insane, but that's how it is. I think quarter scale is more than enough, but that's just my opinion, of course. And also, I want to talk about Deja Torres. Again, going into high. I love Deja Torres, one of my favorite characters. Particularly one of my favorite comic books when you look about the modern stuff from, of course, Dynamite Entertainment. Perhaps some of the best comics that they have produced. Deja Torres has had amazing statues. Sideshow. Some other companies have done it, of course. PCS has done amazing statues for Deja Torres. This is another one, half scale. Do we need a half scale? Do they need to produce it? I know there's going to be a crowd for it, but, you know, that means bigger is more expensive. So, you know, things like that happen, I guess. And another thing that we're going to talk about, of course, I want to talk about Pure Arts. Pure Arts, they're still producing stuff. You know, they have a half scale. Also, again, another bigger piece of Altair. If you're a fan, of course, of Assassin's Creed. So we're going to look at Altair. So, you know, a lot of things, you know, not everything that has been released. No, we're going to cover everything. We're going to cover some of the big hitters, some of the big stuff that is you know, catching our attention, of course. And maybe I'm not sure if I want to do this video like weekly again. But if I can, if you're more than eager to support the channel, like by watching the videos and liking and subscribing, don't forget to do that. Like the video. If you're watching for the first time, please don't forget to subscribe. Then, hey, why not? We keep doing this until, you know, we feel tired of doing it. In any case, let's move on. Let's start just from the beginning. Let's start now moving into the stuff. And for that reason, let me first look it up here. Let me go to Super7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7 All right, so Super 7 always doing amazing stuff. They've been, Super 7 is not always in the best light. A lot of times people are not necessarily happy with what they do. Obvious reasons, Super 7 can be a little bit of a... All right, right there. We are right there. Maybe if we don't see the image as well here because of the way the website is set up, then we'll go to Facebook. We're gonna look at the pictures there. But also, this is available at Big Bad Toy Store, so, there's options. But Tigersharks, this is one of my favorite cartoons also from that era, from the 80s. Some people would say, of course, this is the, cousin, the distant cousin of the Thundercats and the Silverhawks. Of course, the same production company produced this. The only problem with Tigersharks, it was not as popular, and I think it's because, in a way, the production company was tagging along the success of the two previous ones. They always wanted to do this. According to this, the plan was to do 3 trilogies. Of course, Thundercats, as we know, was very successful. 100 and, if I'm not mistaken, 130 episodes. It was a hit. They sold toys like crazy. And yeah, if you were a kid in the 80s, of course, there were two things that you used to have then. You were or a Masters of the Universe fan, or you were a Thundercats fan. There was always kind of like what was best. I always say, of course, Masters of the Universe had a bigger following, but a lot of people loved Thundercats, and the toys were great. They were bigger too. I love both, but Thundercats was, to me, it grew on me because it felt more mature. And of course, after that, we have Silverhawks, which was kind of tagging along the success of Thundercats, and that was able to surpass the, Syndicate, in the sense that be able to sell way more. Was 65 in Syndicate, so 65 episodes, which was great. It didn't sell as well as Thundercats, but it have their runtime was over. If you had 65 episodes, you did a lot of runtime. Tigersharks was the third one, and they were trying to catch the same audience. The problem was there were a lot of bad decisions, and there's a video that I recently watched about a very good video. It's a very recent video about this guy who kind of goes into the history. I've seen many videos talking about the Tigersharks. Some videos kind of like they missed the point, but this video was on point. This guy, and I will have the link for you, maybe on the rewatch. I will have this video for you, and perhaps, why not? Maybe I'll show you now. While I have you here. Let me see if we can get there. Let me see if we can Tigersharks. Here you can see, I don't know if you can see it, but right there, of course, you got the Secret Galaxy, which I love Secret Galaxy. They do amazing videos. I didn't like this video. This is 5 years ago, where they actually kind of hit hard. I think they misunderstood the concept of Tigershark, or I felt that they were very critical about it. But there's another video right there. This video right here, Nostalgia 411. This is produced. That's produced a month ago. It's a What Went Wrong, and I'm telling you, this is a fantastic video. I watched it recently, and it really explains the reason why the franchise flopped in the end. It was just, it got everything to win. It had the same studio that did Thundercats, Silverhawks. Fantastic studio. By the way, that studio was part of what later became Studio Ghibli, which is amazing. By the way, the art was amazing for the time. The same voice actors of Thundercats and Silverhawks. So the production was great. Everything was great. It's just the way they cemented everything, because it was part of the comic strip. So it was like 10-minute segments alongside, what was that, Street Frogs and Karate Cat, and also Mini Monsters, which were fantastic shows. But they, they put them all together, sandwich them together. It always felt weird. Like it didn't have its own vibe, and that is the reason the toys went out too quickly. They were pulled too quickly. There were so many bad decisions that were made, so that didn't really allow for this franchise to grow the way it needed to grow. However, the great thing about Tigersharks is that it became kind of like a cult classic in a way, and the toys, particularly the toys, because there were so little amount of toys, some were showcased and they were never released. They have become like grails for a lot of collectors out there, particularly if they are neat and packaged. They can go for hundreds of dollars, if not thousands of dollars. So they are super, super, you know, like expensive. Like one, talking about hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars. So they are rare collector's items. So the fact that for some reason companies haven't really tackled it, maybe because of course it's been kind of like financial suicide in a way. For a lot of companies that there was not, I think, the demand, but I think of course that generation that grew up watching and remember these things has grown, which is us, and we have the means for it. So I think this is a great time where nostalgia really plays a big part. And of course, Super 7, which by the way has been handling the action figures, whether we like it or not, they've been doing great stuff with Thundercats, with Silverhawks. So why not adding this line, kind of a part of the whole universe, which is part of, they supposedly in the whole story, they were part of the same universe, I think is the right decision to make. So yeah, you know, that is just part of a little story here for Tigersharks that I want to share with you. But yeah, here are the stuff. Now, if you order, let me see if we can get there. One thing that's important to point out is that if you order here, of course, the first wave are 3 figures. You got Mako, Mako, I think Mako, Octavia, and T-Ray. That is the super pack. You get this figures, $195, which I think is a little steep for action figures, honestly. You know, this figures started, what was that? It started like a $30-some, $39, $34 when they started initially. And they've been going up until we're 50. People were complaining about the 50, $49.99. Now they're $65.95. So something like that, plus the shipping. And they were, you know, they're not that cheap anymore. X or Y reasons. And of course, there were complaints about the form, because technically what they have done here with these figures is that they using their in this case their fish, where the fish or the shark form, or they in this case the creature form, and the only thing is that you swap out the portraits. And so people complain about the portraits swap out because it's not the actual body mold, is different in the cartoon. However, this is kind of like a homage to the toys, the original toys. Those toys actually you swap the heads. It's kind of like the torso changes and you can swap the head. They were not the best toys, and that's another reason why the toys failed back then, because they were very fragile, easy to break. So a lot of people, that's the reason why there's not that many in good condition. And if you find one in good condition, again, they're very expensive, very collectible. Finding some good ones. So in a way, it's kind of like that. I think it's a good approach. They wanted to do it. Just definitely, they're starting strong. They're starting with the two main characters, the male and female, and definitely the big baddie, the boss, and see how he does. So it comes with the switch up parts, you know, different ones. I'm telling you, the only thing I'm not crazy about is the exclusive super pack, which are these portraits. All right, let me see if I can show you. Here you can see the figures with they look great regardless, even with the portraits. Very nice. T-Ray, which in Spanish is called as Manta. Manta, that was the name. But here, Octavia. She looks great. Nice body, mole. And of course, the tentacles around her head. You have that. So different things that you can do. Different hands. And here you can see T-Ray. Of course, she has this mask, of course, when he's out of the water. So he can breathe. Very cool. I like his the way they did his body mold. Everything looks great. Another great picture. I like it. Is it going to be that poseable? At least when the picture looks like it. But sometimes you never know. It may be just, you know, just everything has been done digitally. Looks like it's that. But I hope that he has that level of mobility so you can pose it different ways. So here's Mako, as you can see. Mako. Very cool. I always like it. It definitely, the intro of this cartoon was one of my favorites. I always like the Thundercats intro. You know, I like, of course, the Silverhawks, but, you know, Tigersharks was, I think, shorter, but it was on point. It was one of my favorites. The music was on point. Definitely, if you grew up in the 80s, some of the, you know, the 80s knew how to grab the attention of boys with the toy lines, with toys, with the cartoons, with those powerful intros. You know, the real Ghostbusters, so many cartoons, the intros are iconic. Like, I don't think none of the cartoons after that, not even in the 90s. Of course, you can see it, of course, Batman, the Batman animated series, the X-Men animated series, all that, they were great too, but that was beginning of the 90s. But anything of the 2000s, you know, I felt that it really captured the essence of the 80s you know, the intro of a cartoon. That was a way to hook people, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles intro, all of that. It was the best way to hook it. And this no exception. This is, again, the mold for T-Ray is amazing. I really like it like this. Very cool. Here, all the parts that come with it, with his water tank, everything. Different portraits. And that's it. Now, the only thing that I will tell you here, oh, actually, I can increase those pictures. Great. Now, the only thing that I'm not necessarily a fan of is this exclusive super pack here. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if we can access that. If not, I seen the pictures. I don't know. They're too small, but when you look at the expressions in the portraits, just to give you an idea, I don't know if you can see it because it's so small to look at. Maybe I can go to Facebook. Hold on. Super7 Facebook. This is only exclusive at the Super7 website. You will not find this extra portraits. You will not find this extra portraits anywhere but here. If you order this from Big Bad Toaster, you get the regulars without the portraits, of course. Right there. Here you have it. Let me access this picture. Of course, here you have the picture. And these are the extra portraits. Honestly, the portraits, they do nothing to me. They're so close to the regular that to me is like, there's no big difference. It's the same portrait, just an expression, which is more like tame. So honestly, and they have done this before where they do this extra portraits that mean nothing, to be honest with you. I feel that at that point, it might as well just don't even do that. Try something else. You know, why are you doing that? If you want to incentivize, you could have done a different expression, a very different expression more than a serious expression. Because when you look at that faces, that is the face of the regular one. It is just the type of eyes. You know, look at the eyes. I see that this has painted eyes. This one has those type of eyes. Other than that, it's just, it look the same. I don't know. It's just, I don't see no difference. Look at that. So honestly, this is one thing where I would say those alternate hits, which in a way, they're not different than, well, for example, if we go to Big Bad Toy Store, here we can see all the different figures. Big Bad Toy Store is always one of my favorite places to come. They take a lot of my money for sure when action figure stuff, but here, maybe right there, look at this. So if you order here, $64.99, and of course you remember the $4 price for shipping, which is always great. It is the same portrait. So this is what you're gonna get with this. I don't see the point. The extra portraits that they're giving us, they're useless because there's the same expression. You know, they're like, this one is a little more serious. The other one is more like has no emotion. It's emotionless. So what is the point? They could have one smiling or something, and then I justify the price. If you put like a smiling face or a smirk face or something different, even a yelling, screaming face, kind of like they did with here with this portrait, then I would say go and pre-order directly from Super7. But at this point, I'm telling you, yes, if you want to do it because you want the extra something, just because of they having something that is, you know, more exclusive per se, then go to Super7 and pay more for the shipping. But if you don't, then just go to Big Bad Toaster or any other toy store, online retailer that has it on pre-order and gives you a better deal. Go there. You know, don't do it with Super7. I'm sorry, Super7. I support you, but I don't feel like this one is like, okay, it merits for people to actually go out of their way to order directly from Super7. Sometimes even Big Bad Toy Store gets their stock way before Super7 does. I've been through that before when I order stuff from them, and Big Bad Toy receive it first. So I learned my lesson. So in any case, that is what we have with Super7. I don't know what you think about it. I don't know if you grew up with watching the Tigersharks. If you did, let me know in the comments. But yeah, that was one of my favorites growing up. But yeah, I hope that, I don't know if it was yours, but yeah, I like it, you know. So I'm glad that the Tigers are getting a second respite, and I hope that it does well and they continue to release everything. The plan, I think, is to release everything. So even their big ship, that would be amazing to see. They have done that with other, you know, with Thundercats. You know, Silverheart still needs it too. But yeah, it would be great that this, makes it there, at least to the final stage. Okay, so now let's move on. And I want to move to Mondo. Let me go here to Mondo. So we're coming, and I want to go to Mondo. Of course, Mondo always producing amazing stuff as a company, action figures, vinyl, statues, all that kind of stuff. But lately, they've been doing more of the vinyl stuff. I want to talk about Beavis and Butthead. Definitely, if you're a MTV guy, you grew up with MTV, you're always gonna have a special place in your heart for this guys, for this crazy cuckoos. But here, look at the stuff. Let me look at the collectibles. I'm gonna look at collectibles. We're gonna look at everything just to give you a quick rundown of everything that the company's been producing lately. Here you can see a lot of different stuff. Many of the stuff that I haven't really had the opportunity to talk about before. Some of the stuff, of course, as you can see, amazing. Just in this first page, look at this stuff. I want to give a quick rundown of things. We did talk about this Savage Land Rogue. We did talk about it on the last video, so it's been a while. We also have this Carnage. Carnage that also went for sale, which is amazing. This one, it looks great when you look at Carnage. Just to give an idea of the pictures. I like the portrait that they did for Carnage. Looks crazy. Mondo has amazing figures. They're taking all my money. Yes, they are doing amazing stuff with their figures. No doubt about it. And it's just the fun factor, because they're doing all of the cartoon stuff. But look at this one. 13 inches tall. Pretty nice figure. If you're building that Spider-Man collection, look at Venom right there. Of course, we have seen that. We had talked about it, Spider-Man. So definitely Maximum Carnage right there. Very nice. Very well done. And that portrait is nice. Very scary. So yeah, that is definitely one that they have done on the collection. Let's see what else we can see with Mondo. Of course, they got the limited edition, the one that has more parts. But I would say, honestly, as a person who has collected Mondo figures, I have Mondo figures. I got to the point where I feel that, honestly, you don't need to have the limited edition all the time. My limited edition figures I barely change anything on them. I barely change parts. So you stick with one thing and you stick with it. So yeah, it's sometimes just go for the regular. Do you collect any Mondo? Yes, I do, actually, Agent. I have, what I have from Mondo, I have a Masters of the Universe, 1/6 scale. And I have a few. I have to review them in the channel here. So I have them. That's the ones that I collect, and they're great. But here, for example, like going into the more figures, of course, there's more vinyl, so something that they've been doing lately. But look at this one. This also, the limited time edition of this one, just looking at the Master Universe, this one, Man-E-Faces. This one, $260. I think you at some point you'll get just the regular, but look at this one. Very amazing. Again, look at the amount of detail that you get from these figures. Always, always amazing. And they have done a really nice job with it. Again, they're around 13 inches tall. They're actually bigger than some of the most 1/6 scale figures. Bigger than actually a Hot Toy. Or around the same, because, my figures have been kind of like around the same, but they're bulkier for sure. They're bulkier. And I do have that He-Man, which I love. But again, as I was saying, I have the original, the time edition with all the different parts, and I have actually two of them. And I don't really didn't change it much. But this collection, particularly the Massive Universe collection, has grown so much, and it's really producing amazing figures. I have that Skeletor as well. I have the first one, the time edition. I don't even transform it much. Once you find the proper one, you don't need to do it, but it comes with so many different extra heads. So I've come to the conclusion that sometimes it's better just to buy just the regular one, or buy a second one if you want to have different displays instead of changing them all the time. But that's just me, of course. But here you can see, very nice of those extra faces. And I do like the unmasked portrait. Like that one right there. That is a pretty cool one for sure. And here you have all the action figures that we have seen over the years of that Man-at-Arms. Is great. Of course, I honestly watched parts of the new trailer of the upcoming movie. I haven't watched the whole trailer because I've been anticipating to watch it with my wife. So I did watch excerpts, but I didn't watch the whole thing. I say I'm gonna watch it. I haven't had the opportunity, but this weekend I'll watch it with my wife. You know, I like to watch trailers with her. So, you know, to kind of decide what we're gonna go and watch together in the movie theater. She's not as a geek as I am, but she always comes and tags along with me wherever I go. So we'll see. But yeah, really looking forward to the film. Although a couple of things on the trailer, I was like, man, you know, they could have just actually go more classic, traditional instead of trying to make changes. So I'm crossing my fingers that those changes are not like they come to the place that they destroy the opportunity to have a great show. So yeah, we have this, man. They have plenty of pictures here. I love the pictures. I'm telling you, it should be fun. If I work for Mondo and I'm taking all these pictures, I would have a lot of fun. It had to be fun just to be taking all these pictures and playing with them. That's a nice gig, I think, in my opinion. Very, very cool. So we watch that. We look at it. We're going to move on so that way we have plenty of time to look at everything. Of course, you know, now we saw, and all of this stuff was at San Diego Comic-Con. We have Mr. Sinister. And Mr. Sinister's look amazing. You know, Mr. Sinister is a character that, you know, deserves more attention, even for statues. The last piece that I remember Mr. Sinister was the Bow in the Sands, which is a grail, by the way. It's hard to find. Beautiful, beautiful statue, but because, of course, of his cape, the type of cape is very fragile, easy to break. But look at what they have done. They have done really an amazing job. Again, X-Men 97. Fantastic. I love the cell shading on this one. There's something that really kind of makes it stand out on all these figures. Pretty tall too, 12.5. Not as tall as what the Master Universe are, but really looking great. Very nice. And there's Cyclops. Now, the one collection that I haven't done is the X-Men stuff. I haven't really got into the Marvel stuff. Because I do collect Marvel Legends, which in a way Marvel Legends also is great. So I don't see the point to go 1/6 when I'm collecting Marvel Legends all the time. But if I have the chance, I would jump on it. Although I feel like it's a bit too late. And no, sometimes, you know, they go back and they reissue a few figures, which I don't see a problem with that. You know, the exclusives will become very expensive and rare. But, you know, as long as you get the basic characters, that's all it matters. But, man, even all the portraits on this one have 49 pictures. Very, very nice job here. Looking really, really neat. With the superpowers, all of that. I love this one. Okay, $265, I think is a fair price. Another thing, of course, that we have seen is now the 1/12 scale stuff that they're producing for the 2000s Masters of the Universe, although it feels more like a revision, more modern revision, looking amazing. Another thing Mondo's doing, not only they tackling the 1/6, they see that there's the potential. They could have done the same with Marvel, but they can't because, of course, Marvel Legends has the 1/12 scale pack. They are the ones who have the license for it, so they're not gonna do it. So they're going into the 1/6, which with Marvel, of course. But here, I would say that these are great. I'm more of a fan of the 1/6, to be honest, and the more classic design. Although I do like, they're not small figures. They're 7.14 inches tall, which is not a bad scale size for a figure. Look amazing as a 1/12. This figure look amazing at the presentation for sure. San Diego Comic-Con, New York Comic-Con. I think they were in New York Comic-Con too. But here, looking super, super neat. Very poseable, it seems. One thing that I would say that the problem that I have with the figures, with the Mondo figures here, is that sometimes they're hard to pose. The 1/6, they're very hard to pose. You gotta work with them, make sure that you don't break them. So I hope that the 1/12 has a better, you know, it's more loose. Those joints are looser, easier to to use and to move and come up with very nice poses. Here on the pictures, they have done a really, really nice job with it. So yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty neat. And of course, they have, well, still you can put it $95. Some people will find very, very steep. You got the time edition, which comes with more parts, an extra portrait. It does have the exclusive with the long hair with the ponytail, which is not bad. Let me see if we can see it. which is technically and also a base. So here you have the exclusive, portrait with the long hair ponytail, also the exclusive base to go with it. That is already sold out. The difference was maybe like, what, $20? Here you have, which I think is fantastic, this, and that's Clawful, and I think it's already sold out. But that figure looks amazing for sure. I'm sure that they'll have the regular. But here you can see, that is a fantastic looking figure. 8.5, pretty tall as a figure, very impressive for sure. This is one thing, yeah, they look great. One thing about sometimes people, a lot of people always say, oh, figures are not impressive. A lot of statue collectors, they diss action figures for not being impressive. I don't know what they're looking at. I don't know what they're seeing at, because there's a difference between collector item action figures like this to whatever you buy at the grocery store or whatever. Those are different. Those are for most of that stuff that sometimes they sell. Not everything, but a lot of stuff that you find toys over there are for children. But a lot of the toys that companies are producing nowadays, they have come a long way. And keep in mind that many sculptors that have worked in the statue industry, they have moved away because of a lot of the stuff that happened in the statue industry that they're suffering right now. They're struggling keeping up with a lot of these artists because of the nature of the work. Many of them have moved into whether it's gaming, but a lot also are designing, working in the toy industry. So a lot of the stuff that we see here is sculpted by artists that have done statue collecting, have worked for Sideshow Collectibles, have worked for some of the big companies, but they're just finding gigs as toy collectors, and they're doing amazing work. Without a doubt, they're doing amazing work with action figures. So it's always good. It's important to keep that in mind. Now, other thing Mondo is doing here, of course, we have to talk about this soft vinyl figures. They keep producing them. They're amazing. Also, look at this other. This is already sold out, but this is the limited edition Daredevil, which I love it. I didn't even know it was out because, again, I've been kind of keeping a low profile with collectibles lately. I've been so busy. But that is also amazing looking. The cell shading looks great. I think we deserve to have more Daredevil figures and statues. Daredevil is such a character I love since I was a kid, and I love that he comes with the extra portrait, with his unmasked portrait with his glasses. And looking at the scale, hey, wait a minute, it looks like, he's taller than Spider-Man. Didn't expect that to be the case. But looking great, I would say. Looking good. This was $225 limited edition. Probably we'll see the regular version. So those are great. And of course, you can see all this Ghostbusters. The real Ghostbusters have been amazing. Of course, now you can still get Ray Stantz, the regular 112, which I think is fantastic. It comes with almost everything except the big ghost. I think it looks great. Although I would say one thing I'm not necessarily a fan of this is the portrait. He looks upset. I'm serious, determined. On this one, he looks a little bit like scared or so. Hey, you remember the cartoon? He was always more of a, more like a jester. He was more like, he was, smiling or so. They couldn't have a portrait with a smile. But hey, everything that comes, even the regular comes with so many things. The price is steep. There's no doubt about it. But these real Ghostbuster figures are looking better and better for sure. But looking at the stuff there, really looking good. Marshmallow. Oh, look at that. This is also from one of the episodes where he was transformed into a bunny. So they use there's a lot of different things that they're doing with these figures, which honestly are great. And I will tell you honestly, the Ghostbusters, Real Ghostbusters, one of my favorite cartoons as a kid. But the one that is already sold out is this one with Mr. Gash. This is the collector's pack. So it comes everything that you saw on the other one, plus this guy, which is big. I would assume that eventually they're gonna sell him separate, as they did with others, as a separate thing. But this is, of course, this is the first thing, so it's all combined all together as limited edition. And even his torso can be transformed, can be replaced, as you can see, do different things, as he showcased in the cartoon where he was swallowing other ghosts. So yeah, it's pretty neat. again, and we're gonna skip some of the stuff here. I want to look at some of the, of course, now here, like I was telling you, Samhain, he came out by himself. Initially, of course, was part, what was that? He was with Peter Beckman. So now he's by himself. So yeah, it's already sold out. They got it for a time edition. So I'm sure that eventually they will put it again. We're taking all the time with Mondo, but man, Mondo's been doing so much stuff. Look at this other time edition, Storm. Look at Storm. Looks great. And I love about Storm is that all the different portraits from different eras, you know, with the ponytail, with the punk rock style, the long hair, white hairs, you know, so, you know, with his power being manifested, it comes with cloth, wings, you know, like, I think there's two kinds, as you can see, one flopping, one for when she's flying. So, very, very cool. Very nice depiction. And she looks great. They did a fantastic job. And I like the punk rock style on her. And you can see right there, Jubilee in the background. This collection, again, as I mentioned, is just growing fantastically. All the other characters that we have seen, that Rokus looks amazing. They all look amazing. And I like it. You know, the whole ensemble they have put together with this character is on point. Very, very neat. We're going to skip it now. But yeah, that looks great. She looks fantastic. So this one sold out. You might find in other places. We might find it also on Big Bad Toy Store, just regulars. We have seen, of course, this one right here. There's a different colorations of their variants. We're not going to look at that. We talk about this one, the animated series. I think we discussed this one before. The Two-Face. Oh no, actually, I think we talked about it at some point. In any case, when we were talking about New York Comic Con or so, or San Diego Comic Con. But here, with the straight jacket and everything, the different portraits as part of the exclusive, the Tommy gun or his, you know, his rifle gun, machine gun. And then, of course, he have the pistols, his coins, dynamite, detonator. Very, very cool. You know, it's just a very nice, you know, this another one that has been growing amazing. The Batman animated series. You know, I've been collecting, well, I was collecting the one from McFarlane Toys from the Batman. Of course, they took over a DC Collectible, DC Direct. So they were producing them. And honestly, the quality is so lost. Like, the quality is not that great. Like, I felt that from what DC Direct was doing to what McFarlane was doing, what the Batman animated series, you know, and they're reissuing a lot of stuff. But they're reissuing the figures that you can find at Target, by the way. But the paint is bad. You know, not necessarily, it's not good. And a lot of the switch out things that came out, all the extra parts, accessories, they're not coming with it, with these new figures, which is bad. One thing, of course, now that McFarlane is going to lose the license, so that's going to be very, very disappointing. But, you know, because there was potential. But I would say that Mondo has picked this line, at least as a 1/6, and they're doing really amazing work with it. And that is great. Here you can see with the Joker. The only thing with Mondo is with the time edition to limited edition. I would like to see time editions to give us all a chance to get these figures. I agree with you. I feel I am not a fan of time editions. I'm not a fan because I feel that it plays with FOMO really and wants you to jump on it. I think if they open the door for people to not like limited edition just until they run out of stock and then they can close it or so, or until a certain amount of time. But limited editions, sometimes the time editions are just like so limited, like only a few days. And I feel that on that they kill themselves. They shoot themselves on the foot, because if they do it more like a more extended time until it completely sells out, it's going to sell. People are going to buy it. I don't think you need to pressure people to do something, because the more you try to pressure people to do something with time editions, for example, I feel that people feel less inclined to obey. People don't like to be told what to do, and I personally don't. So sometimes I'm in situations where they have a time edition, I feel, oh, I need to go, but then I think about it, say, you know what, I'm not gonna fall prey to the pressure. If I buy it, yes. If I don't, okay. I'm sure that at some point I may have it, or they may give you a second chance at some point, which I've seen before. Same thing that I do with gaming, for example. Even when I do limited run stuff, sometimes they have this small window of time when I buy special edition stuff, particularly for the Switch. And, you know, there were times where I just don't order, just leave it alone. And then down the road, it goes into the vault. They have it in the vault for cheap because the stuff they have more stock. So I'd rather wait for the stock than just throw money at them and then wait for, I don't know, 12 months to get something. So, or even more than that. So yeah, sometimes you gotta play smart with that. So I'm not a fan of time editions. I just want things to be limited, yes, but not just a small window of time. All right, because I think that people will still be buying a lot of these figures that are already sold out. So yeah, another thing, of course, as you can see, we see way more stuff here. Man, we're covering a lot of Mondo right now. It's just amazing. But they're doing great. Here you can see this. This is, again, they're starting now this line 1/6 scale with this. This is not the first time they have done Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but this is a modern take on it. The previous one was based on the original comic, and you know, it has the colors, bandanas, and all of that, but they were based on the original comic. Now they go the modern style. Here you can see Donatello looking great with all his tools. So many accessories here, so many different portraits, and some of them are more based on I would say, on the movie. With that happy face. There's so much stuff. Look at all the different accessories on this thing. This is packed. And definitely, who doesn't love Donatello? Donatello was my favorite character, you know, as a kid. You know, he was a geeky guy, you know. He was tech savvy. He was quiet, but I love him. Donatello's one of the greatest. So, looking good. Look at this. I like that what they did that with the sewer cover. Look at this. Very nice, actually, display they did there with all the different parts. Look at with the glasses. That looks amazing too. So yeah, definitely this is a modern take, a different and I can see the inspiration taken from so many different things, where there is the comics, the cartoons, of course the video games, the movies. So it takes inspiration from a lot of different sources, which is great, and it's a modern rendition, and I think it's fantastic. I like that with the glasses. That looks great. Very nicely done. Very nice detail. Very nice paint job, of course, on the figure. Oh, I like this pose here. Hopefully, you know, you can get all of that. And of course, that radio he has, definitely the turtle radio, which is inspired, of course, on the cartoon. So yeah, there's 83 pictures. We're not gonna go through all of them, but you get the idea. This is a very nice figure. $250. Again, sold out. You know, they shouldn't themselves on the foot by doing this. Now you also have the Skeletor 112. The only one that is available is the regular, not the time edition. But that is really neat. Look at those swords, and I like his body. I think they're using the same remold body with the arms of He-Man. And he has the cape, more than enough. Had everything. This is very nice. It's very similar to the 1/6, where they're more classic that I have, which I love. But that cape is nice. Very, very cool. And I like that he can cover. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks great. They both look great side by side. Very, very nice figure. And man, all the acceptors that I think there's different images of the acceptor. They can be replaced. The different swords or different angles of it. Let's see. And the packaging looks really cool. Yeah, nice packaging. Oh, it's the same as different angles. That's all. All right, so that's it. You know, $95, the time edition. And here, of course, this is, I see the name, Emiliano Santa Lucia. Emiliano's been doing a lot of this figures for a while. He's killing it. He's been killing it with the 1/6. He's been killing it now with the 1/12. Amazing job. The special edition, as your time edition, comes with some extra stuff, an extra, things that honestly not as necessary. You're more than enough, and even of course a base, but I would say this is more than enough. You don't need anything else. Now here you have a Thundercat Mumra 1/6 scale. Of course, we continue with the Thundercat stuff, and with the Thundercats, it's $265. Very nicely done, to be honest. Although I will tell you, I'm not necessarily a big fan of the way that they have modernized the Thundercats. I'm still a big fan of what Mezco did back in the day. I still have those Mezco figures, which are pretty large in scale, very large, more than a 112. They're like 15 inches tall. I love it because they have a modern take, but it's mainly based and very close to the source material. I hear and they have gone a little more on the modern take. It's fine. I would say what they did with Moonrights looks more closer to the source material. And I like Moonrat. Perhaps this is my favorite figure so far they have released because how close it looks to the original art. It definitely looks like Moonrat to me. Very well done. But yeah, I'm not necessarily a fan of Lino, like that expression line. You know, maybe that's why they wanted to go more modern take. I find it too modern. And not necessarily a big fan of his portrait. But Monra definitely as a as a character, they went very classy with it. More than enough. And all of his different weapons and accessories. Very nicely done. Very nice job here. Very, very cool. So that is $265, 1/6 scale. If we go a little farther down, we're looking at Chitara. Again, going for the modern take. It kind of detracts a little bit. She looks okay. He has a lot of different portraits. And also you see baby Lino. Oh, look at this. This guy's very cool. So it comes with a lot of different accessories. Not a bad figure. But again, they're going with the modern route. I still prefer the classic. Although this guy looks like classic. Looks great for sure. Like that accessory. They should actually sell them separate. Like a pack with a bunch of them together. That would be nice. But yeah. But look at this. It's like, again, it's just the portrait, the modern portrait they have with Lino. He looks like a cat, which he's a cat man anyway. But I don't know. It just takes away some of that. I don't know. It's just something that doesn't sit well with me because of the feline nose and everything, the mouth. I don't know. It's just something that was not part of the cartoon. So yeah, that's something to think about. But yeah, it's. Oh, that baby looks good though. The portrait is nice. That she has a very beautiful portrait for sure. And Lino, it can grow on people. I'm not gonna deny it. If you like Lino, go ahead, be my guest. Doesn't look bad. I should have. Everything is sometimes in storage, but I have my Mezco. I still prefer my Mezco over this. And still, butthurt that Mezco didn't finish the line. At least the kids were not produced. They produced everybody except the kids, and more of the mutants they didn't produce, only Monra. But that was it back then. It's been so long. Okay, so there's tons of pictures. Definitely, she's a lot smaller in comparison to, I think, way too small. Way too small. I think that Lino is way too big when compared to her, and she's too tiny. She was not as tiny like that. She was taller for sure. So that's another thing that I would say I'm not necessarily a fan of. She's definitely too tall, and right there fighting, which is actually a pretty nice picture. Oh, look at that. Very nice picture. So yeah, there are beautiful things in it. Some other things perhaps could have been improved. Okay, so we already did all this, and I only wanted to talk about the Beavis and Butthead, but then I went and went to the rabbit hole, talk about everything else. But in any case, thank you for being here. Don't forget to leave a like if you're watching this. Let me know you're watching. Leave a comment. Let me know how you think. What do you think about the pieces that we're covering today? I would love to hear your thoughts. But here we have Beavis and Butthead. Of course, this one can be found at Sideshow, the regular one. It can be found also a Big Bad Toy Store. You can find it anywhere. So that is it. This is part of what the new line, the limited edition, the figure set. Which, to be honest, to me, this is what they should have more stock for this, because this is what you want. The artist is Dean Tolliver. He has done a lot of work. Mara Ancheta, Mike Bonanno, Vivian Kasha. Some of these names sound familiar because they work in the industry and different things. But here you can see a tribute to Mike Judge's MTV classic, the Mondo Squats, Beavis and Butthead. To me, you have to have the sofa, because that is what you need to have. And they're sitting there, and the expressions are so good. And look at all the different switch out parts. It comes with a TV. You can change the screen on the TV. You put the symbol of MTV, all their images, and the different portraits. They have a remote control. They have the bat. They have toilet paper. They have a lighter. You know, what else can you ask, man? It's just awesome. Look at this. You know, if I show this to a kid nowadays, some of the new generation kids, like, they don't know who that is. But if you grew up in this time, and look at the box too, the package comes, oh, that's pretty neat. You know, people are going to love and remember this. 9 inches, not a bad scale, not a bad size for sure. And there's with the chair, which are with the sofa, and they have like fries or nachos there. They're nachos. Oh man, look at the expressions. You can come out and create a display on your, I don't know, your bookcase or whatever. You can create a display of this. That is so cool. They're rocking right there. Ah, man, this is something that is so cool, to be honest. The bat right there. Very awesome. This is awesome. So you can see this, all the extra parts that come with it. But this is the regular. Again, you can find at Big Bad Toy Store, Sideshow, they have them there. It's technically, it's a clean, you know, it still has a lot of the cool things. It's missing some of the extra portraits and some of the extra, of course, the biggest thing is the sofa, the television, all of that. But it still has some of the parts that came with the other one. So yeah, it does. It's not as complete, which is kind of like a bummer, in a way. Because you cannot sit with, they cannot sit them. They have to be standing. That's another thing that is kind of disappointing. Because honestly, the sofa is like a big part of the show. It's kind of like a character in the show. I don't see that as an accessory. I see that as part of the show. So yeah, it's just without it feels a little bit, you know, limiting. So yeah, hopefully they reopen that. But yeah, that's one of the things I hate about Mondo is when they do this special stuff. Sometimes they don't consider what it actually needs to be as special. Very different, of course, what Mesco, we just talked about Super 7, where sometimes what they give you as a exclusive makes no sense and it's extra garbage that you don't need. You know, Mondo sometimes do the same thing. They give you a lot of stuff, too much stuff to handle. They should have actually another edition where they are only sitting down. That could be another way to do it. They could have just the regular where they're standing up, and then an addition, a separate one, also regular, where they are simply sitting down. That's more than enough. I can do with that. But hey, I'm not the one that works for the company. I cannot decide for them, tell them what to do. They got to do that on their own. So yeah, Mondo, I'm telling you, Mondo is doing amazing work. I think these are fantastic. Let me drink some water because my mouth is dry right now. Oh wow, some water just jump into my glasses. Any case, I needed that water. But Mondo, again, Mondo's doing amazing. I'm really looking forward to what they're going to showcase. Toy Fair is coming very soon next month. Are they going to be there? Are they going to showcase more stuff? We'll see. I don't know. If not, of course, San Diego Comic-Con will be the time where we're going to see more stuff. But yeah, as a company, they definitely experimenting, doing really, really well with all that experimentation. All right, so I want to take you now. Let's go to Sideshow Collectibles. And I want to talk about another company. Ooh, here is very, very tiny. I had to reduce the other day a little bit. Okay. Maybe you can see it now. Because of my computer being so, you know, being widescreen. So we're going to look at this here. So we're going to look at some of the stuff. Maybe we can see shop. Just release. I want to talk about a company name. It's Infinite Statue. I've talked about Infinite Statue before. This company is an Italian company. They do amazing stuff. They do statues, but also action figures. And I want to talk about the most recent stuff they produce here. Let me show you. We're going to look at this Infinite Statue. Let me actually go here to give you some of the stuff Infinite Statue has been doing lately. We have talked about some of these statues here. We talked about Colonel James Braddock, of course, before. We talked about Lupin Deluxe Edition. They're actually producing more figures like Inspector Koichi Senigata and Goemon Ishikawa. They are part also the Lupin. So those are great. You can see they're very nice figures. Very well detailed. Amazing. I would say, you know, when you talk about Lupin and a lot of this anime, they did so great in Europe. Anime was big in Europe, Italy, Spain, France, way before America actually started experiencing or experimenting or looking into anime. Yeah, they have a following. So of course you're gonna see companies producing a lot of statues. A lot of European companies, they only concentrate on anime because it's so huge and big in Europe. The same way that it's very big in Latin America, Brazil, Mexico, in Africa, in the Middle East, of course, Asia. So a lot of these characters, of course, they're becoming more popular in America if you're really watching, following this stuff. But yeah, these are great figures. I would say they continue to do really, really amazing stuff. But the reason we're here, besides that, of course, of the stuff they do, I think what really looks amazing is this different variations. And we talk about Nosferatu. I think we talked about that as a statue before. But we're talking about the Crow. These are the statues that they release. There's different variations of this. We're gonna go in. There's the deluxe edition. There's the standard edition. There's the deluxe gold edition. And there's the exclusive edition. Now, the exclusive edition is already sold out. I don't even know. It's on the wait list. I don't know how much it costs. But if we look at it, look, it comes with the base. I think that's what it is. It's the base. And through that window and everything, he has the chair. He has so many different parts. It just, they kill it. They kill it with the portrait. It looks just like him. And it looks amazing. They have done an amazing job. I'm telling you, Infinite Statue, they have fantastic sculptors. They do amazing work, of course. The European sculptors are phenomenal. The school, they really, there's where everything kind of, a lot of the sculpting techniques that are used modern times, they come from European artists, from the European school of art. And so, of course, you know, they always have fantastic artists and sculptors. So here you can see Eric Draven. It's just the detail, the hair. It's just, they did such a phenomenal job with this figure for sure in this particular version. The chair, the hands, you know, the shotgun, his sword, you know, the guitar, the bass with the crow. It's just really, really fantastic for sure. Maybe we can see this video here. This shows this image and the trench coat. Here, of course, they're showcasing. They call it caustic plastic, but caustic plastic is technically it's Infinite Statue. Infinite Statue is a company that started everything. But Infinite, caustic plastic is their line or the side of the company that actually only handles figures. So, you know, but they're the same company, same Italian company, Infinite Statue, that's what it is. But look at the details. The video showcases all the things that you can do with this display. Honestly, that's impressive as a whole. Do you need a statue for it? I don't think, and I'm be honest with you, that a statue can match this quality. Of course, we're talking about maybe, you know, Prime1 Studio or a silicone statue from J&D, all of that. But that would be like super expensive, of course, to match that. But as an action figure, it's more than enough. It's amazing. Now, there's a second version here, the Deluxe Gold. That's $580. This one comes with the Shelley Webster, Eric Draven. It comes with the, the tombs right there. Tombstones. It has everything else on the accessories. The difference is the type of base. So you don't have the huge base, but it's the same figure. You get the tombstone, you get, of course, the crow, but you get everything else the same. Still, $580. That is not a cheap figure. But again, the level of detail. How many times are you going to see an action figure from the Crow? How many times we have had any? I think there was one back in the day. I don't know. I think it wasn't, of course, I don't know if it was produced by Hot Toys. It's been so long. Or was produced by Blissway or any other company in Asia. But other than that, I've seen them from like third parties, you know, on licensed products. Even the hands, look at this. So they have done really a nice job with this one. The likeness is there. Everything is there. You get the chair. You get, of course, you get everything. Although that base looks amazing. Like the whole base that we saw on the exclusive. Now, the deluxe edition. The deluxe edition, the base is great. Same accessories. And honestly, that is pretty much the one that I would say you should go for. Yeah, the tombstones, they're fine. But man, you're getting the same figure. The only thing is not the tombstone, but you still get the chair, you get the crow, you get the base, you get the same accessories. Nothing else, nothing less. You get the trench coat, everything. More than enough. More than enough. And I think the video is still showcasing the one with the base at the background, which again, it looks amazing. But hey, if you're handy enough, you can actually come up with your own version of it, and it's real cheaper. So from this deluxe gold, that it's technically you're paying $100 more for this. I wouldn't pay $100 just for those tombstones. $480 is more than enough. I think has everything. Now, if you do want to save yourself another $100, you can still go standard. And the standard, it's the base. And you know what? It is pretty much the same thing too. So I'm looking at it, and what's the difference? Let me look back again. Is the same accessory? Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out what they're doing here. It's $380. Okay. That's a chair. Man, now they got me. I'm trying to figure out what is the difference. So deluxe edition. Okay, now I'm a little confused. So let me look at the details here. Okay, let's see what it says right there. Let's see the debut release of Eric Draven. Man, well, I didn't mention this, but I want to mention this. The people involved there: Rocco Tartamella, sculptor Edward Pedretti, Dario Barbera, Fabio Baresi. Of course, they're all Italians. It's an Italian company. But I'm trying to figure out exactly what okay, I see. The hair is crafted from Tibetan lamb wool, fully hand-implanted strands by strand to achieve natural, light-like effect. The clothing made from genuine, high-quality leather. Features authentic texture, folds, and natural aging that elevates the figure realism. So I'm thinking maybe the hair is more natural. Of course, the wool. And the trench coat is actual leather. That is just what we're looking at the deluxe edition. Now, let me look at the standard edition. What does it say? Okay, so that is the difference because it doesn't say right there. It doesn't have that. The clothing made from genuine high-quality leather features authentic texture, folds, and natural aging that elevates the figure's realism. Okay. Oh, I see. Is the hair. The hair on this one is sculpted. As you can look at the picture, this is sculpted. But they sculpted the strands of hair. But as you can see, it's very solid. So if you want more of a sculpt in his hair, you can do that. Okay, so the $100 is just the wool on the hair. It's up to you. When you look at it, it looks the same. The difference is the hair. Because the jacket, the leather jacket comes with all of it. So yeah, the only difference would be that you get in hair, wool hair, versus having none of it. So that would be the only difference. Other than that, I think it's up to you. I think it's still, regardless, it's between the $300 and the $400. It depends on what you like. Wool requires more care. But other than that, you're getting everything the same. You get in the chair, you get in the weapons, you get in the hands, you get the base, you get in everything. So just choose wisely. What is it that you like? You like the natural hair. You know, there's some figures that have natural hair that look amazing, but sometimes fully sculpted is more than enough. And a display, nobody's gonna know the difference. So you'll see that the difference is not major. You're the only one that's gonna notice the difference. So it's up to you. But yeah, they look amazing. Definitely, they're doing great. Now, I want to continue with the action figures. Man, it took a while we were covering the stuff with Mondo, but I want to talk about another company, and I want to talk about Hot Toys, for example. Hot Toys always doing really amazing stuff. Let's see if we can get some of this stuff here. Looking at the brands. We're going to look at everything that Hot Toys has been doing. Of course, Hot Toys always, no doubt about it, does great work. Let's see. Okay, actually, there's just more brands, more than up. Let's look at this. Let me go back. Oh, right there. Let's just click on Hot Toys and look at everything that Hot Toys has been doing. And of course, Hot Toys release a lot of things, and just today, just released more stuff. So they always have tons of figures. But let's look at the newest. Of course, you know, there's so much stuff that has been released in recent times. They continue to release stuff. Of course, we have seen, as you can see, they're releasing from, and a lot of things like already on John Wick, for example. It's already on the Artisan Edition, which is the one with the actual hair, all of that. It's already waitlisted. You can see John Wick looking great. That is a nice figure for sure. Life-size gold coin. And hey, you know, you have to, if you're a collector, what do you think about the John Wayne? The John Wayne figure from Infinite Statue, I think, is great. I like the statues because Infinite Statue has done statues for John Wayne. Some great ones too. So I'm sure that statue is going to be fantastic for sure. I have no doubt about it. That's going to be great. I've seen some of the statues they produced before. But yeah, here you can see John Wick. Very nice. I think the likeness, I wouldn't say 100%. It's close to 90%, 92% or so. It's more than sufficient. And it comes with the different weapons. Very tailored suit and everything. Very, very nice. Very, very well done. They have their separate rolling eyeballs, something that, of course, Hot Toys has been doing. That looks, in my opinion, that looks fantastic. You have interchangeable shirt with a high neck top, so you only can have the one with the tie. But you have it's on the wait list, that one, but you can still go for the special edition or the collector's edition, which is the regular, but the special edition, $285. That is a bargain of a price, in my opinion, for a very nicely done. And you still have the switch up parts with the, you know, with the necktie, the turtleneck, or you can have, of course, with the tie. Very, very well done. I like it. Very nice. It's a good price. Yeah, likeness 90% there. Still good. So that is a nice figure, of course. And here you can see, of course, we have seen now Deck. Of course, you know, we saw that the Predator Badlands, fantastic film. Very, very nice film. I really like it. I review it in the channel. I consider it a great film. But here you have Deck and Thea. This is a great film. If you haven't watched it, man, I recommend you to watch it. It's fantastic. I think the likeness with the actress is great, and he's carrying it there. You wouldn't assume that, because when you look at Predator, you always think about this big fella, and this guy is a small guy. But the film definitely captures the spirit of a Predator really, really well, and it's definitely a very entertaining film that hits all the notes for me, and really push the franchise in new directions. Some people call it a woke Predator, but there was nothing woke to me about it. And Thea looking great there, holding the gun too. You know, the likeness is good. I would say so. It looks great. It looks like her. So yeah, definitely this is gonna do great. So yeah, you have that. You can have that, of course. key guarantee, yeah. Or you can just go for the collector's edition, which is just him without it. But I would say on this one, you got to go for the, this is the one that people need. The difference is only what, $55, but you get so much out of it. I would say just go for the collectible set. That is the way to go. Now, of course, there's so many different variations of Batman. We have seen Star Wars never fails. They always have this stuff. Spider-Man. We have Hicks. This is, of course, from the most recent video game. The Death Stranding 2, which is amazing that they're also going into the route of video games. They're doing a lot of game stuff now. Star Wars never fails. Batman statues. This is from Batman. What is that Batman? The child that nobody wants. That's the Arkham Origins. But they're doing that also with Arkham Origins. It is a good chunky Batman for sure. I preferred Eve from the Valerina. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's great. I can't wait to get it in hand. I'm sure that's pretty cool. And here you can see, of course, it's a chunky boy. Although I'm not so sure if he was chunky as that when I remember the game. He was more slim because, again, it's a younger version of him. So I think that it feels a bit too thick. Maybe they can slim it down a bit. It feels like too big, more little. I don't think that was the body that I remember from the video game. I think the idea is great. The concept is great. I just feel that the delivery... He feels very like a little fat. He doesn't look like Batman. He looks like Fatman. So I don't know. They need to the guy needs to lose some weight. So yeah, $300. Not a bad price. And of course, we got more stuff. Stormtroopers, Stormtrooper galore. There's always gonna be a Stormtroopers. Now we also have this Spider-Man Battle Damage, as you can see from the Spider-Man. Fantastic. It looks phenomenal. I like that. If you really want to represent this scene, change the portrait for the regular to the one with the battle damage after, of course, that iconic scene now where he confronts, of course, and almost dies at the hands of Green Goblin. Very, very nice. And the detail, they did a really nice job with that portrait. It's so close to Tobey Maguire for sure. Very, very well done. Very nice detail. And the base is a nice touch too. Very nice. Very nicely done. Very cool. And the mask, of course, you can have the mask for the Green Goblin. Very, very cool. Very neat. Price $225. I think that is a fair price. Hey, what's up, Warrior? Thank you, my friend. Thanks for stopping by, saying hello. I appreciate the support. Got to go. Hope you do more live chats in the future. Great reviews and everything. Take care. You too, Agent. Thank you very much for spending time here tonight. And again, as I always do, I do the live videos. The next day you do the following. Of course, once I have the live video, I segment everything. There are timestamps. So you can always come back and watch in the future and you can see the things. Go back and look at it. But thank you, Agent, for spending the first hour and a half with me. I appreciate it, my friend. But I think the figure from the releases that all the Hot Toys do all the time, non-stop, the one that really catches my attention is Indiana Jones. Of course, there's two versions. We have the Collector's Edition, which is the regular edition, and the deluxe version. Now, Indiana Jones, very, very good. Let me see if we can look at the pictures. $260, I think, is a phenomenal price. Temple of Doom version. Look at that base. That is the way you do a base. For this and for the price, I think it's a phenomenal price when you compare for how much is price in Infinity Statue, which is an amazing piece. I'm not saying that it's not an extra figure, but the price of that particular action figure, it's, with the whole base is expensive. Of course, a huge base. It's a nice base, but this is a great one for sure. Very nice detail representing that. It has the Channel of Indiana Jones, which I think is a very nice touch. That gives it, if you have your movie display, that definitely is going to look there. With everything looks fantastic with this one for sure. Of course, it's representing the character as he was in the film, and it has the machete. Of course, it's so cool, and I think the likeness, it's so there with the actor, so there. Very nicely done. Very nice. I haven't seen anything like as close as this in likeness for Indiana Jones. There's been others, of course, statues over past. You know, Sideshow did statues, also figures for Indiana Jones. But in my opinion, this is the best so far that has been produced. The likeness is spot on. The clothing is spot on. And even the upper body made with silicone material, which is another thing, because I noticed that there's no joints on those arms. There's natural silicone. It's a new entry. Definitely, they understand the market. They understand that people are going into the silicone route. Companies like J&D are pushing towards that. So they got to compete. You know, I think, what is that, like Queen Studios or so? So companies are definitely in that direction. So you got to move on with the times. And I think they're doing a really nice job. And if there's a company that has the means to really push the technology and actually showcase at a good price, definitely is Hot Toys. It has the whip and the holster made of genuine leather, which is great. They understand that people want quantity. The Lux version exclusive diorama base with 2 display options. So you can have that classic, iconic, of course, when that bridge collapsed. And you can have that, keep climbing that thing on one side or the other side. So, you know, this is smartly done. It's not like you get 2 bases. You get the same base, but you can display it from the back and the front. You choose. So it gives you an option, which is great. They have done a really nice job. Now, if you don't want to save some money, you can go for the collector's edition. Save yourself, that $50, and you get just the figure itself. It's still great, but that base, it's very nice. It's a nice touch. Definitely that base alone, you know, $50 more ain't gonna kill you. I think it's doing a really, really fantastic job. Okay. All right, so we took here for a while. It's been an hour and a half. We've been discussing things. Time for a break. I thank everyone that is watching right now. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone that is tuning in. Again, don't forget to leave a like, to leave a comment. Let me know you're watching. But we're coming back. I'm coming back after a few minutes of a break. I need to walk around a little bit. And we got to talk a couple of things. Coming back, talking about statues. We're going into the statues now. I want to talk about Tweeterhead. I want to discuss the new newsletter that went out for the collectors of Tweeterhead, the news, the things that they're doing. We'll discuss everything in detail there, what they're planning to do for 2020-26. We're going to look at First 4 figures very quick. Of course, Sideshow Jubilee. We're going to look at her. And then we're going to go into Prime1 Studio, look at all the releases, maybe give you some of my opinion, of course, with what happened with also what I saw in, what is it? Lost the train of thought. The Next Level Showcase, of course, PCS, and we're going to look at the most recent stuff from PCS and, of course, Pure Arts. So just stick with me for a minute. Thank you very much for your support. I'll be right back in just a moment. Thank you.
Baseline gonna make man shut up.
just wish he knew.
All right. We are back. Thank you for that little break. I have to take those breaks, man. I work in an office environment, so I work in an office. I'm sitting down pretty much all morning, all day. I try to get up as much as I can to do other things, work around, try to do other things, but most of my job is staying on that desk. That is hard. I love my job. I love what I do. My body takes a toll, that's for sure. So I have to be more active. I have to find things to do in order to keep up, at least. And definitely, I need to concentrate more on my health for sure. So, but yeah, sitting here also, it feels bad, sitting down, coming home, and that's another thing that's the reason you don't see as many videos recently. It's because sitting down all day, then commuting to work. I leave the house around 6:30 in the morning, so it takes me an hour to get to work, just driving. There at 7:30, and then of course sitting down all day, take a lunch break. Then the rest of the day, leave work 4:30, takes an hour, sometimes an hour and a half if there's bad traffic to get to the house. By the time I get, man, just the idea of sitting down again on that computer to work with videos, edit stuff, it's definitely hard. So I gotta find things to do to keep me active. Sometimes do it here in the house, whether it's working on the yard or doing things in the house, just being active, trying to fix things here and there. The least in my head is that, and I don't even game as much as I used to do because of the same thing. So yeah, it's a balance. It's a balance act that you got to keep up. But I want to say thank you very much to everyone that is watching right now. Now, besides that, now I'm here and we're going to talk about statues because definitely we have some great reveals. Let's start first. I want to take you. Let me take you there. I'm going to show you. Let's see this. Okay. I'm here. This is a email that was sent out, of course, a newsletter that just came out for Tweeterhead. This is the newsletter for first newsletter of the year, just to give you an idea. And it has a lot of news, of course. We're going to read some parts of it. And here it says, hello, everyone. We know this process is taking longer than expected. While shipping has been delayed, we're now at a point where we have significant concrete progress to share. Below is a detailed breakdown of our latest updates. Shipping updates, of course. A lot of those are fake statues that they needed to be replaced. Superman needed to be replaced because he came with a lot of issues. So a lot of people complain about it. It's a beautiful statue nonetheless, sculpted by my good friend Guillermo Barbiero. But here, Superman replacement busts are finally complete. Replacements customers will receive the same edition size originally purchased, which is great. So you already have one, you're going to get the same number. So they're not giving you something else from somebody else. They're giving you technically they're fixing the ones you have. We will be reaching out to each. I think they might just send you a new one in this case. I don't know that part because when I have issues with when I have a problem with my Flash chat, very graciously, I didn't have to destroy it. I didn't have to send it back. He just sent me a replacement, a new one. It was in my case, it was a new edition size, but number. But he was very kind. Didn't have to worry about anything else. I think Chad is a great guy. My experiences with him have always been great. I don't know him personally, although we are friends on Facebook. I've talked to him many times before, different things that had to do with collectible things that I purchased through Tweeterhead. He has always been gracious, very nice guy to deal with. So I think he's trying to get things sorted out for sure. I has never given me the impression that he's that person taking advantage of people. That's for sure. And I met many different owners, different companies, and I'll tell you some. I can feel it when I talk to them. He is not one of them. Okay, so we'll be reaching out to each customer. We'll track information. So we're sending a picture of the shipment. Of course, it put things in a container. The stuff coming from China. All the replacements. All the boxes are packed in. Container is on the water right now, containing Gilman, black and white and full color. Beast Man exclusive. This Doomsday Bust. And yes, he is huge. The container is scheduled to arrive at the port of Long Beach in early February, and we will begin shipping as soon as we have inventory in the warehouse. So I'm assuming that if everything goes as planned, it'll be shipped out in the later part of February, and that means that, or even March, depending on where they're sending it to, so it'll take a while. Now, this is the Batman that is coming. This is the black and, the dark color black and the color I think that they got through Sideshow. I got the one that was ordered through them, the Hush version. I haven't reviewed it. I have it here. It's on display. I like that statue very, very much. It's very nicely done. Also, sculpted on my good friend Guillermo. But I look at this picture. This is the one that was released later as a variant, which is the more classic Neil Adams version. To be honest, I kind of like torn, because as much as I like the Hush, I am more of a fan of the classic Batman from Neil Adams. Because, of course, that's the era that I started reading comics. I didn't grow up during Neil Adams era because I wasn't born in the 60s, of course. I grew up in the late, I was born in the 70s, in the late 70s. So the 80s was my era when I read comics. And that's technically what all the artists were carrying during that time, was this classic style. So that is my classic style, even more than anything that Hush did. And also we've seen Catwoman. There's different variations. Of course, this is the more modern take. Looking great. I like it when they see the whole line there. I like that they show in these pictures and all the different portraits being worked on. And like you can see, those are the wings from the Enchantress. You can see the people, and as you can see, the pictures also. Sometimes we assume that these are painted by like artists that we know, but no, they're painted by normal, regular people who work for these factories. And I gotta tell you, they do an amazing job. This old lady's here. It looks like an older lady, and the person in the back is also up in age. But they are artisans with a great skill for sure. Sometimes these are the unsung heroes, the ones that actually put things together for us, the one that paint everything. They're the unsung heroes. Now, shipping end of January. The following pieces are on track to ship from the factory at the end of January. So we got Catwoman quarter scale exclusive, the 1/6 scale exclusive, the 1/6 scale regular, the Batman quarter scale retro, which is the one we were talking about, the Batman black and gray, the MOTU Sorceress exclusive, the regular, and the variant. Now, in production team update, we have brought on a production manager, which is a great idea, to be honest with you. Sorceress, yeah, thank you. I think they need to have a person that manages this aspect of it, because I think Chad is, as much as he's been doing a great job in a lot of things, some things not so much. You need a person who manages the schedules, who understands the timelines, who deals directly with the factories, deals directly with the manufacturing process, but also the shipment process. So everything is done and follows the timelines. It follows the deadline. So you need a person that handles that really, really well. So it's a great idea. They brought somebody that is going to do it. Hopefully this person is well versed in what they're doing, and hopefully this person can manage this part, because it's super, super necessary. And we're confident this will result in a faster and more consistent production turnaround moving forward, which is something that everyone hopes, because definitely there was a lot of anticipation on 2024. People were clamoring, they were happy, but 2025 was not a Tweeterhead year. It was a really bad year, communication-wise, production-wise, a lot of things halt. And yeah, it happened. 2020 is just a new opportunity, so hopefully everything works out now. This includes items sold directly through Tweeterhead, such as Panther Maquette, which has been it wasn't pre-ordered for a while, so it's time now to release it. Beastman variant, Skeletor variant, Batman Noir Maquette, which is also the same Batman, but mostly inspired on the colors of the 1989 film. Batman and Mr. Freeze Bust. A lot of people waiting on those. Darkseid Maquette, a lot of people been waiting for that one for a while. And Men at Arms Maquette, the regular and the variant. So these are things that have been on pre-order for 2 years or so. So it's time. Now, refund update. We have begun the process of refund requests in batches. So yeah, because a lot of people requested. So they waited too long. Definitely a lot of people were definitely skeptical and sad about it. At least it's great that you're getting the news, because I imagine if they're gonna do it in batches, a lot of people requested for batches, which is also good news if you're looking for a lot of these pieces, because you know what I'm telling you, if they're gonna do a lot of refunds, it means there's gonna be a lot of leftover stock from all this, particularly variants. So keep an eye on it, because we might end up seeing some of these pieces, you know, being available in seconds or whatever at Sideshow. Also maybe through, you know, maybe chat. Sometimes you talk to chat, you call chat and say, I've done that. I'm telling you, I gotta be honest, it's some personal touch. That's how I was able to get, what statue was able to get? I know that there was, I have my Poison Ivy. I got that Poison Ivy through seconds at Sideshow. And Superman, I talked to Chad directly and I said, hey, do you have one laying around, because I need a Superman in the collection? And he was gracious enough. He sold me, he said, I'll tell you what we want to have at home. Well, technically, I don't know if he had it at home, because I think he had more than that. But in any case, he told me that. He'll tell you one that I have, and he sent it to me, no problem. You know, pay regular price. I didn't have to pay, like, aftermarket or anything. So sometimes I'm telling you, situations like this, is there gonna be a lot of returns. More than likely, there's gonna be also some overstock. Well, we'll see. Only time can tell. Once a refund request is submitted, our team will contact you to confirm the amount due before processing the refund. If you have not already submitted your request, please email Tweeterhead at tweeterhead.com. So yeah, they if you haven't done it, you still want your refund, you don't want to deal with them no more, understandable, just send them a message. All requests are being tracked and handled in the order they are received. Now, distribution partner update. As previously announced, we are no longer selling directly through our website, which is a bummer, because I always love dealing directly with them. At the same time, I understand it's part of the process where they try to streamline the process. After reviewing the challenges we needed to correct, we determined that partnering exclusively with Sideshow was the best solution. Sideshow has supported Tweeterhead since our very first release, and having them sell directly, ship directly, communicate directly with customers. Tweeterhead moving forward. I think, I gotta be honest with you, part of me feels bad, because I have dealt with Sideshow before with pieces that I purchased for Tweeterhead. Poison Ivy, again, for seconds from them. I have ordered other things directly, like Wonder Woman from them. You know, nothing wrong with Sideshow. I love Sideshow. I've always dealt with Sideshow. But what I like about dealing with chat or before with Tweeterhead is that I felt that it was more personal. Like, I felt that I could talk to him. At least in my experience, I know some people didn't have the same experience, but in my experience, I was able, not saying because I'm a YouTuber and perhaps he was giving me a better chance because I post, you know, reviews or whatever. I don't think that was the case. I think I always felt that it was fair. Also, when you were buying them, they even have a payment plan at some point, which I used initially in a couple of statues. Also, another thing that I like is that the shipping cost was very fair and sometimes cheaper than Sideshow, so I went with them, and they have variants, which I always go for the variants. But, you know, with Sideshow, you know, the price is going to go up with the shipping for sure. Such a bigger company. And, you know, it's like now you're dealing with a third party instead of dealing directly. I always felt more comfortable dealing directly with a company. Like back in the day with Badlands Designs. Dealing with Badlands Designs was something that I personally enjoy. Here, Ryan. It says, I emailed them for a refund on October 31st and got an automated response and no further contact. Well, they, as you can see, they say that they're going to do it. Hopefully they do it for you. I will, if for some reason you don't get communication, I would recommend you to send them another email again. They said that they're going to do it in batches. So I'm guessing that they already have it on your list. But just to be on the safe side, I recommend you to send them another message. I totally get it. You know, some people don't want to deal with the headache. I get it. If you feel like, you know, you need your money back, go for it. Go for it. I recommend it. Try it every way you can. Even if that means contacting chat directly, just do it. In any case, here it says, Tweeterhead moving forward to address concerns with speculation directly. Tweeterhead is not going away and it's not going out of business. Crossing my fingers. Hopefully, Tweeterhead's here to stay. Because it would be sad. You know, with all the sadness of so many companies leaving, honestly, so many companies leaving, you know, it would be sad to see another one go, like Tweeterhead. We need these companies. We need them, honestly, to keep this hobby going. But yeah, you know, it's at least they're saying that it's not. Hopefully it's not. At least for the pictures, we can see that they're working on things. Our focus has been on catching up on shipping before, and that is something that I gotta say. I'm thankful because there are other companies, as we know. We've seen some companies. I'm not gonna name here, but there's a few, and some of them we have talked about it here on the channel, that they still haven't refunded people after 4 years, but they continue to do like sending or putting pre-orders out. And that is just, to me, scummy for sure. That is not a right thing to do. But here, our focus has been on catching up on shipping before. That's why they were really silent for a while before offering any new pre-orders. And that effort is now paying off. With 10 total pieces across multiple scales, either on the water or preparing to ship, we're finally feeling confident about getting products into your hands. So I think that should be the goal right now. It's just release everything that is already on pre-order, everything that people have already been promised. I've been waiting for 2 years or so. You need to put it in their hands. We also have exciting Masters of the Universe pieces ready to go, along with new DC busts and maquettes planned for the future. Thank you again for sticking with us. More updates and photos are coming very soon. We'll see. Hopefully they don't just jump on it right away. The hope is that they take care of things, and it's not like another dead end as they have done in the past, that they go in circles and they go to interview. Chad has been, unfortunately, has been the case, talking, and sometimes talking too much about something can create a chaos. Because now you are putting high expectations or creating high expectation, and then you're disappointing people. It's better not to disappoint people. Communicate, but don't over communicate. That's what my opinion in a way. But yeah, you know, this is good. I'm still crossing my fingers because there's a lot of unknowns still. You know, one thing is what they tell us. Another thing is what is true. You know, the truth would be, or to give us hope would be like to finally see not just the thing is on the wall, on the water. No, it's on a ship. It's for them to be releasing stuff and people to actually start reviewing stuff. So this is something that we're gonna see. Again, no, it's not gonna happen in January. I'm thinking that we're gonna see in spring, late February, early March. That's when we're gonna start seeing people having their pieces, and hopefully it continues on throughout the spring. And my hope, at least I hope for everyone, is that by the summer, before San Diego Comic-Con, they already have this stuff in hand for people. And then, of course, they can move on with their business and keep selling more new stuff. That's what they need to do before they jump there and, you know, upset more people in the process. Okay? So, yeah, that is what I want to share about that. You know, crossing my fingers for everyone. Definitely a lot of people waiting. Thankfully, I have nothing on pre-order with them right now because my last one was Batman. I was considering to get the retro version. I'm still undecided about if I want to get it. We'll see. I like this one. I might part ways with that one and get the. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But we'll see. I still need to review it at some point here on the channel. Talk about it. Maybe I'll do it soon. Okay. So moving on now. I want to move on now to another company. I want to go to. Let me go to First for Figures. And this is also available at Sideshow, by the way. So you can go there. First for Figures, we've talked about this company. I will tell you, I was looking at the... let me see. I was looking at the website recently. I'm not liking the website. For some reason, they have done some changes to the website. It looks kind of cheap. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that it feels like they made some adjustments. That it looks like I'm looking at Temu or something like that. It just... trying to find things, it's just weird. It's not as organized as it was before. But here, as you can see, there's been a lot of different pre-orders again. The concentration always with this stuff, at least, you know, here on the computer, it doesn't look as bad. It's when you do it on your browser on your phone, I feel like it looks like I'm looking at Temu. It just doesn't look right. It's just bad. But here you can see they have, you know, different statues. Let me see if we can go back to old products. But here it's in the, you know, we haven't talked about him for a while, but as you can see, there's been so many different statues they have produced over time. Of course, they produce statues like Metal Gear Solid, Cyborg Ninja, Gray Fox Definitive Edition. This is a very, very, very cool statue. It's not cheap at all, but they also offer FlexiPay. If you're interested, you got to pay the deposit, and then of course you got to do installments, which is, I think, is a fantastic way for people to have it. but maybe we can see the picture. Oh, that's pretty large. But here, everything that comes with in this this post. There's been other statues of him, of him, but I think that this one looks great with the action pose. Ooh. Okay, I don't know if you can see it there. I think it's great. It's a very interesting take. And it's kind of cool right there. Gray Fox looks great right there. And of course, you know, you can make a big display with all the parts together. That is great. But yeah, the price is not cheap at all. So this is an option if you like it. But other, of course, they got Conker's Bat Fur Day. Definitely, they have two different versions. They all look great. They got Okami Ninetails. So, you know, Fish for Figures, of course, the concentration is gaming, and they do a fantastic job in doing so. But here you have, again, look at the pricing. You know, it's all steep, but then you got the definitive edition. Again, all these prices have gone out of control. It's $900 for this piece. It's a beautiful piece. If you're already collecting this Okami, look at how huge and massive it is because of all the tails. But the detail, it's awesome. It's a resin statue. A very simple wooden style base. This, when I'm looking at this, it gives me more of a vibe of what Sume does. Definitely is more of a Sume style. But it's also that Fish for Figures, also light up feature and everything. It's also that it's something that they're good at. I think there's a light up feature, or maybe it's just a switch out interchangeable portrait. Any case, looks really, really neat. And of course, we got the Sonic the Hedgehog, the Ultimate Lifeform Shadow the Hedgehog. You got the exclusive edition. You got the regular edition. Of course, you can get some of them. Of course, you can get it at Sideshow and other places, the regular version. But if you're going for the more exclusive limited edition, only available, you're only going to find it here. And the Shadowhead exclusive edition, it does have, the difference is the light up feature. It has a light up feature. The only place you're going to find this version is if you purchase directly from Fish for Figures. $369. The light up feature is pretty nice, pretty neat. It would have been nice if the light up feature will actually touch also that diamond, that gemstone. But with the base, it's more than enough. I think it's a sufficient one. You know, some people are okay with the light up features. They don't want light up features attached to the statue. Some people actually prefer to do their own. Not bad. Also, the same thing, you have the Super Shadow. So you got also this version, same price, the different color variation. You get the exclusive, again, is the one with the lighter feature. The regular, you can find someplace else. You got Kirby. We love Kirby. It's a resin statue for those lovers of Kirby. There's different variations. The definitive edition, same thing. The difference here, as you can see, it has a light up feature with that little star. And that's about it. Actually, no, you can actually change also the different parts on the function here. It has that little star, but also you can change it to the other symbol there. So there's a few things that you can interchange, and they all have a light up feature. So $399 if you're a Kirby fan. I like Kirby. I like the, you know, you can get the regular one just like that, or you can get the one with the extra switch out things. Of course, I'm a big Banjo Kazooie fan. And there's also this three different versions. $479 is a quarter scale. So it's not a small statue. The duet, you got the regular, you got the exclusive edition that comes with the extra coins. Between those two, I'll go for the regular one. $20 more different for those little pieces there. But the difference, you can get the definitive edition, $644. You get way more here. It's more to the base. There's more detail, more parts to it. And interchangeable parts too. So you can do way more with it. It's huge for sure. And it's pretty cool. Honestly, it's pretty cool. I like the base. And definitely the interchangeable parts. Very, very cool. Quarter scale. but it's gonna come out to $700 or so once everything is said and done. The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom DK Master Sword, you also get that. That is another thing. This one has the light up feature. That's the exclusive edition right now because there are new pre-orders. These are new pre-orders, so they get the special price. So you're a fan, of course, Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't even got to Tears of the Kingdom because I haven't even finished the previous game. I'm still on it, so I'm still working through it. It's taking a while. But here it comes with that sword. Looks amazing. But the one that I wanted to really mention here is this one right here. This Cowboy Bebop Spike Spiegel. I'm a big Cowboy Bebop fan. I think who isn't? You know, if you watch this, is a classic anime. Right now, they have a promotion. You get $20 off if you pre-order right now. The thing with this one, I don't think there's maybe an exclusive one. I think it's just the same piece. But with this one, $249 right now, which is not a bad price. It's out of it's resin, so it's definitely good materials, not PVC. And I would say it looked great as a 1/8. Not bad for your anime display. And it's Spike Spiegel. It's a painted resin statue. He has a cigar, which is classic for Spike. It would be nice. I don't think there is a switch out part. It would have been nice for him to have, like, I don't know, his pistol or something else. His revolver is not there. There's no light up features. A simple one. That is what the price is. Now, definitely this collection, it continues to grow. They already kind of released, if I'm not mistaken, all the different parts. Let me see if I can show you. Maybe we can see the whole collection. I don't know if it's going to show in the pictures. It doesn't show, but if I go to, let's see, first for figures, Facebook. I saw the picture there. Right there, of course, there's all the pre-orders they have. Right there. The old photos, I see the photos there. This one right here, just for reference. Right there is Spike Spiegel with Faye Valentine in the background. So, you know, you can come up with that display together. You want to keep them all together. You know, not bad. They're not huge pieces. Oh, actually, the light up feature on that one is there. But here you can see this other picture with her. She has all the different characters. All of them. And actually, I'm looking at that. It does have a pistol. I just noticed that. Look at this one. It comes with a pistol. So that means that there has to be an exclusive version. Here you can see, yeah, it does have a pistol. So I didn't see it. It does have switch out parts, switch out portrait, and switch out hand. That is nice. I didn't see it on the website. Let me go back to the website. It may be that I'm looking just at the regular version. So let me see. Cowboy Bebop. Right there. That's why that's an exclusive. For some reason, it's not there. They got the regular $249, $269, $20, and then you get the exclusive version. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas. This one comes with the interchangeable portrait and the pistol and in the cigar in his mouth. That's cool. Now we're talking. Now we're talking because I was like, where's missing something? Well, I think they handle it well. Actually, I'm telling you, I think. I was going through my collection of Blu-rays. I have one of the collections. I think it's time for them to actually... The one that I've been looking for is for the movie. The movie goes crazy in the aftermarket. It hasn't been released. I think there was a Blu-ray at some point. You had to actually bring it from Japan or something, but hasn't been released. I think since, I don't know, it's been probably 20... Like, it's been a long time. I'm telling you, 2000 earlier, like 20 years ago or something like that. 15 years with the last time it was released, I think, in DVD. They need to release it now on Blu-ray for sure, 4K. And they actually need to move the cartoon into a 4K. I think we come into a celebration of the 35th anniversary or one of a big anniversary soon. So hopefully they have a new, like a collector set or something very, very soon. I don't remember how old is it, but it's been a while. So hopefully we get that. But yeah, it's looking really, really neat. Definitely, again, and you can order this through Sideshow, but you're gonna get only the regular version. Don't forget, or you can order it through a Big Bad Toy Store, any other retailer there as well. All right, so we look at that. Now let's finally go back to Sideshow. And here at Sideshow, oh look, I get in like some sort of discount, $25 something. And let's look at, no, I don't need that. Okay, just release. Of course, here it's all in this array, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, newest. There's a few things. There's a few different statues, of course. We've seen, I think this is what? This is from Hollywood Collectibles. We'll skip that one. But what I'm talking about, right there, this is what I want to discuss today. Jubilee. Now, Jubilee, $1,000, $1,050. That's what it costs. Consider the shipping. If you're outside of the US, consider the tariffs as well. This was sculpted. Looking at the people who are involved in this production, you have Raphael Phillips. I really don't know much about Raphael. He has done some stuff for Sideshow. I think this perhaps may be his first project where he's doing everything on his own with Sideshow. Yeah, because he was involved. Well, actually, Gotham City Shadow Batman. Also with the Wolverine Berserk Rage, he was involved in that project. So if I'm looking at the Wolverine Berserk, the details, actually he was sculpted Raphael, so he was the sculptor of this, which is a great piece. I wasn't aware of that. He was actually the main sculptor there. It's a nice Wolverine, that's for sure. And also got Gotham City. This one, let's see if he was the main sculptor or he's just part of the team. No, actually he's the sculptor. So these are the two pieces that he has done previously. This is the original, in a way, is more of an artistic take. And I think the one that probably is more well known is the Berserk Rage, which is really, really cool. But Jubilee, definitely. Jubilee, I think looks phenomenal. I think he did a really nice job with Jubilee. There's no doubt about it. Now, again, the people involved, him, and we also have Richard Long, as designer. Also, Jorge Villar is also a sculptor. I don't know what part he did. But they both tag team on this one. Kat Sapine, the painter, phenomenal as always. Kat, Ian McDonald, the designer. I think I skipped it. I don't know. And the Sideshow design development team is involved the whole process. But now looking at these pictures, it's a fantastic piece. Now, don't get me wrong. The price is wrong. I don't think it deserves to be that expensive. I think that Sideshow is really pushing really hard on this. Of course, other companies are selling stuff for really high. And the quarter scale has come to that place where everything is super high. And there's detail in this piece. I'm not going to say that it's not, but it's coming to a point where if you keep pushing, then are you definitely going to sell it the way that you need to? Because the vast majority of the people who will be interested for this, they will just simply skip it. And believe me, there's a lot of people who have waited for Jubilee for a long, long time. Jubilee is one of the most requested characters ever in statue form. It's been requested for years. People hope for it to happen in Bowen Designs. It never happened. And then people were expecting that to happen on the original X-Men line when they had many characters. You know, the original, you had the Wolverine, they had Cyclops, they got Rogue, they got, so many characters. Colossus, and Jubilee was the one that people were saying that would be an instant sale. Didn't came out. Many years have passed since then. And finally, they got it, but it comes with a really tough price tag. And of course, people are disappointed for right reason. It's just too much money. That don't get me wrong, the piece is amazing, the detail is amazing. Actually, she's just a teenager, but she looks kind of hot, and that's kind of freaky, honestly. But it looks great, she looks on point. Very nice sculpt of her. And I like the concept with the skateboard and the explosion in the back with all the colors that manifest in her power, the bubble gum in her mouth, the glasses that you can see through, You know, the Wolverine keychain. You know, this girl is definitely 90s for sure. They, you know, for those who do not know, when Jim Lee designed this character, technically he used himself as inspiration. So it is definitely, even the face and all that, it's like the female version of Jim Lee. Is Jim Lee? It sounds kind of weird, but he sees himself as a girl. Not like he sees himself as a girl, but actually he portrays himself as a version of who he is. You know, as a nerdy kid, you know, 90s kid. And honestly, it works for me. It has a multicolor light up blast on base. It looks really neat. In person, I don't know how big it's gonna look, how nice it's gonna look. I'm sure it's gonna look nice. You got the included 2 portraits. Very nice with the 2 different variations. That looks super neat. And yeah, very nice job with her. 18.5 inches tall, pretty high. But yeah, you can see very young, very juvenile. That the hand of that defeated Sentinel right there. Very, very cool. From all the different angles, the cape. Thank God they didn't went from the route of doing a cloth cape, and they decided to do a sculpted cape, which looks great. And the detail and the paint. Katsupine, look at the job. The paint, the way she did with the jeans and the boots. Very nice. Her skin on point. Very nice touch. Kat is just a phenomenal painter. Love her work. Very clean always. And awesome job. And I like the way the skateboard at the bottom, the X symbol. You know, it's a nice piece. And here you can see the video, the short video they have on Sideshow. Of course, all the pieces, they've been growing this collection. Definitely, this collection has been growing really nicely. There's so many different parts, so many other characters that I would love to see. But they have done a fantastic job. Look at the portraits, fantastic. Like, portraits are on point. They're amazing. And I love the glasses. Very nice piece for sure. I think the character is going to do well. Regardless of how we feel about the whole thing with the price, I think it's still going to sell. But honestly, if the price would have been more accommodating, I think it would have even sell way more than what they're actually going to sell. They could even go back into that time where they were selling like 3,000 edition sizes of, you know, edition sizes of 3,000 pieces easily. They couldn't go that route. But unfortunately, we're living in weird times. But it's not bad. I think it looks great. Let me drink more water. But don't get me wrong, the price definitely it's too steep, and it is unfortunate because how many Jubilees are you going to get to see? That's the problem. And the only way that I've seen a quarter scale has been like commissions, and those can be very pricey. $1,000 would be what you would pay just for the kit or more. Very limited. And it will cost you around the same, so it will be double the price. Even if you find a cheap painter, it's still gonna cost you a pretty penny more than this to get it fully painted, all of that. But I think eventually, don't get me wrong, a lot of things are changing, and people are getting the opportunity to do more, you know, their own digital prints at home. Digital print is coming down in price, so we're gonna see more growth and a spike on people doing their own creations at home, which is something that I'm okay with that. But if you're looking for something now, then definitely Sideshow is an option. And I think it's a great Jubilee. You've already been collecting this. You're already all in. Then might as well just going to have to bite the bullet, which is going to be tough. But I get it. It's a very nice piece for sure. Is it a top tier character? No. So then again, you don't have to have her if you're not like, you know, Jubilee is not something that you care much about. If you didn't care much about the 90s era, you care more about the classic era, then definitely Jubilee is not going to do much for you. But it's going to be a choice that you're going to have to make. All right, so let's move on. Continue on. Let's now go to another company. I want to go to Prime1 Studio. Now let's move to bigger boys. Let's go to Prime1. And Prime1 has been busy, as you can see. Look at all the stuff they've been releasing lately. They just got this. So we're going to cover a good ground with some of the stuff here. Not everything, of course, don't have the time for everything. But these are the most recent stuff that we have seen from this company. Let's tackle it. And I'm telling you, a lot of this stuff here And I'm going to look at the most recent stuff. Of course, a lot of this stuff here was presented at the recent showcase. And I will tell you, the showcase was phenomenal for me. The only thing I wasn't crazy about is the time. I wasn't crazy about that it happened on Christmas because I was gone for the holiday with the family. So I didn't have the opportunity to do it. Matter of fact, let me just clarify a little bit. I was gone for the holiday, but I have to be at work on the 24th. So I came on the 24th. We came back the 23rd. I arrived on the 23rd, tire everything. I had to be at work the next day on the 24th. I didn't work the whole day, but I was tired. 24th, we kind of relaxed. You know, we celebrated Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. So honestly, I was so tired, exhausted. I just needed time to rest. And thinking about sitting down watching 2-hour live stream as much as I wanted to, I felt like, you know, I was not feeling it. I want to spend time with the family, watch a movie or something. I don't remember what it was. So I did not watch it. Honestly, I did not watch it. It took me a while. But once I finally watched it, and I just watched it recently, like a week ago or so, I decided to watch the whole thing. And when I watched the whole thing, you know, there was a lot of great things, a lot of great highlights. Again, of course, the point is knowing how much the cost is right now, which is extremely expensive. But the stuff is amazing as they're producing this stuff. Now, let's get into the stuff here. Let's go for the stuff that we see. First, I want to talk about Mary Makinami illustrations. This is part of the Evangelion stuff. We've seen some other stuff. It was showcased there too. I think it looks fantastic. If you look at this quick video here, I'll turn off the music. But this was a quick video showdown of this. This is stuff that actually was showcased already on this one, probably 2 years ago. We talked about it like 2 years ago, and finally it's seeing the light of day. We're still seeing more of that stuff. It's cool if you're into this. It's still pricey. I don't think it's for everyone, and definitely it's going to. I think it's going to appeal way more in the Japanese market and the Asian market that is going to do in America. Although, don't get me wrong, I'm sure maybe some people are big fans of Evangelion here in America, and they're going to go for it. It's still a great concept, more anime-like. It's a huge piece with a whole base. I found the whole thing too large. So, and that's technically where the price is going, is because of how big it is. But it's a nice piece for sure. I'm not saying that it's not. It's based on the illustration art, but this particular artist, what's her name? Mary Makinami, I think that's what it is, or I don't think that's her name. Well, in this case, it's based on his particular art. Very cool if you're into that, you know. So great detail. There's a regular version and the bonus version. The bonus version, I think, comes with an interior. It does have like a special art, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it does have. Oh, I think the portrait with the glasses. I think something extra. I don't even know, but that's cool. Still pricey for something that I consider not as big. But again, there is a market in Japan. There's a market in Asia for a lot of these characters. But the other one that I'm going to look at here, going in the list, of course, we already talked about it. It's He-Man and Battle Cat, Masters of the Universe. I think it's a fantastic piece. Quarter scale, although I will tell you, just looking at it, fantastic. The edition size for the ultimate bonus version is 400, already on the wait list. The one that they still have is the regular version, still available for pre-order, still available at Sideshow, if I'm not mistaken. It's like $1,700, still very steep. So the difference is what, $300 for the bonus, which I think is an extra axe. But this is going to release sometime, like you can see, in 2027. So yeah, it's going to be like a way forever for it. And it might not even release until maybe 2028. You know how things are. But the piece is amazing. It does give me a little bit of the vibe of the one produced by PCS Collectibles by Pop Culture Shock before it changed to what it is now. It's still an amazing looking piece. Always like it as a quarter scale too. And this is definitely that. I wouldn't say that this is... The other one had more of a classic look. This has more of a modern take. I think I like this pose a little bit better than that one. If I have to choose of all the different statues that we have as a He-Man, I'm still gonna choose the 1/6 scale from Tweeterhead, sculpted by Guillermo Barbiero. I think it's still a phenomenal depiction, beautiful depiction of the character, more classic for sure. But the bonus here is this weapon part, which is this axe that looks amazing. I do like the way they presented. The base is huge. The Battle Cat has a more modern armor and everything, looks more menacing. Very nicely done. Of course, the Real Elite Master Line supposed to be the top of the line sculpted pieces that they're producing with high quality detail. Very beautiful. The swappable right arm and hand parts. Also, it does have a swappable head. You got the regular version. The ultimate version is looking up. This one is looking more towards the front. Still looks great. Beautiful piece for sure. He has a, again, you can see his shield. He does have, of course, that cauldron thing on the side of his shoulder protector, the shoulder protector. Very, very nice. And here you can see the two swappable portraits for Battle Cat. Honestly, this is the part where you can save money and do things cheaper by only having one portrait. Because honestly, do you really want to display Battle Cat with his mouth closed? I don't think so. Battle Cat in this particular, you would have to display it with the open mouth. So honestly, by saving some money, you pass that savings to the consumer. So something that I mentioned before, another thing companies can do is by reducing the amount of switch out parts. Not everything is necessary to have a switch out. And in this case, you can see it doesn't even look right with the mouth closed. It looks like, like a small, his face looks smaller too. His, his whole, the detail there. I don't know. I like it here more because I can see his tongue and his teeth way more, way better. So this is the way that most people are going to display it with it. So this switch out part, they couldn't just get rid of it and save the consumer, I don't know, $50 or so, maybe $100. Now the Grayskull, the Castle Grayskull looks great. Very nice, has a light up feature. Very cool. They could even do without the light up feature. That's another saving. There are the things where you can pass to the consumer, cut some things, and you pass it to the consumer, and it's more, you can appreciate it. Are you gonna need a light up feature for that base? Because that's what it seems like. It does have like a light up feature in the eyes and everything. Honestly, you don't need that. You can just simply paint it in color, and it looks fine to me. And let the consumer, let the collector have different lights, how they want to display it. They want to have like overhanging lights or side lines or whatever. It's up to you. You make it look different in your display. Now, looking great, definitely. It's a lot of detail for sure. It's a nice piece. Although that base, at some angles, looks too big. And make He-Man look a bit small. That's another thing they could have done, is just reduce the size of the base maybe a little bit. To make the He-Man to look bigger, because here he looks a bit smaller, and I think Battle Cat looks way more big. I think Battle Cat looks great the way it does, but maybe just the base. Sometimes it's just the perspective that changes the way you see a statue. But some of the detail, of course, the axe looks amazing. The sculpting him is amazing. The detail on the skin, the paint job, of course, this is the prototype. The sword looks amazing. And of course, all his armor. There's so much detail around him. And he has, of course, you can change the torsos, because these are the interchangeable torsos. Another thing that, to reduce some of the cost, they can simply, instead of do the torsos, they could simply do more interchangeable arms. There's ways to do it. By doing the torso, adding more resin to the whole process, it requires it's a more expensive process. Maybe they want to avoid the seams, and it's easier to do the torso to avoid seams. Regardless, maybe I'm nitpicking right now, but I'm just kind of pointing areas where actually they could improve. They could have done some and pass that saving. This is definitely, as you can see, it's already doing well. Already done well because it's on the wait list. Because there's tons of fans of the Master Universe out there for sure. And honestly, if you need to have one statue, if you don't have it's space for many statues, but you're a Master Universe fan, you love He-Man. If you need to have one statue over everything else, like there's nothing else to have, then you have to have He-Man and Battle Cat. I think most importantly than any other character you can think of this universe, He-Man is the most. maybe Skeletor as a second, you know. So yeah, I think if you want to just, you can go for it, and that's it. The end of the whole story. You don't have to have anything else. As a statue, looks fantastic, but again, you know, this portrait, not a fan of. Battle needs to be definitely growling, showing his teeth. That's how you want to portray it. Very cool. There's like 81 pictures. We haven't touched them all, but that kind of gives you some idea. Very beautiful piece. Price-wise, honestly, up there. I think Sideshow also has it, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if we can go Sideshow. I don't know if they still have some available. We'll find out. He-Man. Right there. They have, yeah, they got both versions. They still have it on pre-order. There, they have the ultimate bonus version. They have it there. And you can see it's more expensive here. And then, of course, they got the regular. So you can have both there. You can come here. There's other things. This is the He-Man that I have from... but I have the exclusive edition from Mondo. This is the He-Man that I'm telling you looks phenomenal on the wait list. And look at that price. For actually, this is the quarter scale because they did the maquette, which is the 1/6, and then they decided to go for the quarter scale. Look at the prices. It's $2,000 for that one, and for those quarter scale, those are huge. So in comparison, you know, right now, when you come to think of comparisons, which one is best, I think they're very, very different. But in my opinion, when I'm looking at Tweeterhead, I love Tweeterhead, but definitely they're going for the more, you know, more comic accurate detail. This is more cartoon, well, not comic accurate, I'm sorry, cartoon accurate. And I like the simplicity of this cartoon accurate version. Has the battle axe, has everything. It's a very nice depiction of battle, you know, Battle Cat. The base is simple, but definitely it gives us the image of Castle Grayskull. To me, that is a beautiful statue for sure. Very well defined, very well done. Yes, you can say that it doesn't have as much detail when you compare it to this new version of the Real Elite Master line. This perhaps will have more detail, but there's differences. I prefer the Battle Cat of the other one that I prefer here, but I do like this He-Man and the way they did the skin and his armor. So it's just personal opinion. Regardless, I think you're getting a fantastic piece either way. So there's no doubt about it. So let's just get out of here. Let's move on to the next thing to save more time. And the next piece that I want to discuss, it seems like we're going to go through them. Of course, we've been seeing these pieces, and Sideshow's actually carrying all these Avatar pieces. I will tell you, not a big fan of the Avatar Fire and Ash. I watched it. I went to the movie theater. 3 hours. It wasn't a bad film. It's just I found it to be a little more repetitive. Like, it was more of what we've seen before. I will tell you, the first film, I like it, but I was never like a big fan of it. I like the stuff, but I never considered the best film. Again, you know, the story is more of an epic story. It's definitely is plot driven more than character driven. It's always been about the plot. The second film became a little more character driven. I definitely became a fan of the second film because he had more of that family situations. The you know, in this case, Sully and his kids and the relationship and difficulty of it. Things that you can relate as a family, things that you can relate as a person. And I find them more personal, and I liked where it was going. So I was hoping for Fire and Ash to be better as a film. I found it to be more repetitive. Had a lot. It's like I've seen one of the scenes of the film for 3 hours, repetition of what the first film and the second film were. A lot of things taken, it scenes, all that in a different tone, but a lot of scenes. Of course, this character is different. There was something that was thrown there, but I think that was underutilized a bit on the story. I could have seen more of the Varang. It's a really interesting character for sure. We'll see, but you know, they said that it's gonna come out in the future if the fourth and fifth film are produced. How long we gonna wait for that? That's the thing. But you know, I would say that this is a great piece. Although I would say when I look at this piece, the only thing I'm not necessarily keen of it is that I feel that they could have done an extra portrait, not just the serious portrait, maybe one where her mouth yelling or screaming. Then actually, because she does that a lot in the film. it has a more boring expression. So honestly, not something that I was keen. It has the LED illumination. There's a lot of detail. Who is this for? Definitely somebody that is collecting this line for sure, who is a big fan of Avatar. But I would say that most people, it's going to be very, very limited. You know, not everyone is a big fan. And definitely the detail is there. Beautiful piece for sure. Look at the other that we have seen so far. Sully. Bacteria, that's her name. I forgot the name. I think that's what's her name. Not a bad piece. You know, the detail is there. Definitely they did it. It's just the expression that could have been better. So you had $18.99. This is the bonus version. Comes with an extra switch out arm weapon. So that's about it. You can find this at Sideshow for sure. Now, the other pieces that have been showcased, keep moving. Let me look at this one right here. Of course, this is part of Gears of War. We have Reloaded. Only a few spots for the ultimate bonus version, regular version. Of course, thinking about all of this, you know, I'm a big fan, of course, of Gears of War. I played the game back in the day. I'm not the biggest fan, but Gears of War was, if you grew up with Xbox 360, all that, you know, definitely you're going to love Gears of War. If you kind of were during that time, I didn't grow up during that era, but, you know, I was playing. I was more of a PS3 guy, but Gears of War was a game that definitely interests me a lot from playing Xbox 360. But in any case, $16.99 for the regular version, $18.99 for the big one. But, you know, there hasn't been that many statues. There was a company, if I'm not mistaken, that produced a statue of Marcus. There was a European company. It was a 1/6 scale, it was a 1/6 or 1/5 scale. It was not that big. You know, good for the time, but not as you know, I was surprised that Sideshow never really tackled it, because Sideshow did, you know, there was a time where there was a lot of gaming stuff. Of course, they did, you know, they were Uncharted statues. They did also statues for Halo, but they never did Gears of War. And the only statue that for the longest was available, also a lot of people like, is with the Gears of War 3, with Marcus is representing that, where he's kneeling down, looking at his weapon, holding his weapon, representing that video game. That was a PVC plastic statue, really. Not the greatest quality. It's still not a bad statue. But that was came with the game, with the collector's edition. And now you can find them for cheap. Very nice. That was it. And of course, we got the Triforce bust that was sculpted by Eric Sosa. Very nice. But there's not been, for some reason, there was not been that many. And of course, you know, kids who grew up while playing this game, now maybe they have grown, they're adults and they're making adult money, so now they can go and buy the statues, which is great. I think it's a very nice piece. It comes with a lot of bonus parts. It's a bloody one for sure. Swappable parts there too. But very nice job. You know, this came out of nowhere. And of course, he has the kneeling down. He's kneeling down there, which is great. And of course, the base. What can I say? Did a really nice job with this one. All the swappable parts. They didn't miss on the gore. As part of the story of the game. And definitely when they do gory stuff, they do gory stuff. Like, I would say, if there's a company that's not afraid to present gore, I would say Prime1 is up there. There's other companies too that love to do gore. But Gecko, for example, does that too. But if it's a company, Prime1 Studio would be the one. And definitely look, that's a massive, it's a great piece. Whether you like the gore or not, it's a great piece. And Mark is looking great. He does have light of features. Again, the portrait, it's just on point. This Surreal Elite Mastodon is coming along really well. The likeness that they're doing with this prototype is just beyond belief. It's just beyond belief what they're continuing to produce. Definitely blows my mind to see the quality of what they're producing there. So yeah, that looks great. I don't know what you think, guys, but yeah, I like it. You know, I think it's a great, if you're into Gears of War, then definitely this is one that you're going to really, really like. Also, they have this one right here. This is part of the Doom the Dark Ages. There's two pieces for the Doom the Dark Ages. The Imp Stalker, $14.59. This is now also going back to more greedy stuff. This is a companion piece. But it's still great if you're looking for that. Do a battle pose. It's going to look great. You know, is it necessary as a companion? Unless you are a completionist, yes. But it looks great. It's swappable parts, of course, on the hands and that. It has the light up features. Interesting. I haven't even played this game yet. I haven't even finished. Like many games on my list, the first one or the previous one, of course, the reboot. Still gotta go through all of it. But I haven't really tackled this one. But here, of course, you gotta have the Doomslayer. If you're a Doom fan, definitely Doomslayer is the one. And if you want to have the other companion piece, by all means. But this is the one. That the patron bonus, and he has all the different weapons. I like that he does have that switch. The bonus version is that swappable portrait, human port, like this regular portrait without, helmet, mask, anything. It's cool. Are you going to use it all the time? I don't think so. I don't think you will use it. I think you're still gonna go the other way, but it's a cool addition. But if they couldn't just simply save the money and not give you that, by all means. And here you can see all the different parts, all the head parts, all the different weapons. He does have a lot of swappable parts. And when you look at it, well, definitely for that price, they better. It's definitely up there. So that's the Doomslayer. Now, another piece we want to cover right now is this one. To me, the most beautiful of the whole bunch of all these ugly fellas. And not saying also that Varang is bad looking, because she's not. But Mai Shiranui, that is a gorgeous piece. And there's been plenty Mai Shiranui statues over the years. King of Fighters 98. There's so many quarter scales too, so the competition is there. But honestly, when I'm looking at this statue, I'm to the point where I consider this one, honestly, I'm considering this one to be perhaps the best so far. And the ultimate bonus here, when you're looking at this piece, let me see if we can look at the details there. The portrait looks amazing. Of course, they keep promoting the Real Elite Master line. The pose is very classic. And this is a pose that we have seen in other statues from other companies. Honestly, very close to many others. But honestly, I like the way it looks here with her. It looks so natural. The portrait looks perfect. I like the portrait of this one very, very much. Of course, you can see the assets. That's for sure. That's one of the reasons why people love Mai Shiranui. Since he was introduced in on the Fatal Fury series, and of course then became a staple of King of Fighters, and now it's just been part of so many different games. Very, very nice. Very cool. The detail on the skin looks fantastic. This is, in my opinion, again, from all the Mai that we have seen until now, we have talked on the channel about Mai so many different times from companies like Kinetic and so many others. This is by far probably the best in my opinion. I wouldn't say by far because that might be into extreme, but definitely it's on top of the others in a lot of different ways. And there have been fantastic pieces with fantastic bases in all the scales, where there's 1/6, 1/4 scale too. So this competition is there, but definitely what Prime1 is offering with their own art, I think it looks great. You got the special panel part, which is the base in the background. I think it looks very nice. I like that base. But you can go without if you want to keep it clean. But the bonus part is, it's that. The ultimate version is the base. The addition to that base gets the bonus. But you can simply go for the ultimate, just regular. The switch out parts, of course. But looking at her face, the eyes, the paint job that they did to her face, her eyes look amazing. Her skin looks amazing. The detail on those eyebrows. I will tell you, the Real Elite Masterline does amazing work. The concepts that they do here, the base is simple there, but well detailed. What I like about her, the anatomy in this statue, is that you can see her arms. Even though she's so voluptuous and pretty, of course, she still has a very athletic body. You can see her arm and the muscle on her arm. She's not a weakling, and that is a very nice detail and depiction of the body parts, because sometimes some companies, they do a lot of it, everything is so voluptuous and it feels unnatural. Yeah, some parts of her body, they're not necessarily natural, but let's just be real. The assets in the front, her chest is not real, But the rest of the, and that is an asset that is always been portrayed that way, but the rest of her body, athletic body, she's definitely a ninja, a warrior of her, you know, and it looks great. Very nicely done. Very nice piece. And there's like 71 pictures. They're all amazing for sure. Very nicely done. Very nicely portrayed here. And you can keep going angle to angle. They did a fantastic job for sure. They really did a fantastic job. So yeah, kudos. 1,300. I think it's a great price, a quarter scale, for what they're doing here. Not saying it's a great price on the sense of it's a, you know, it's the price that should have it. But when you compare it to other quarter scales, I would say that I even like her more than, I don't know, like Jubilee. But that's just me, because I'm a bigger fan of Mai Shiranui. I'm a big fan of King of Fighters. I love the video game, the whole series. Since it started in 1994, I've been loving it. I don't love Jubilee, but it's a character that is definitely got stuck in the 90s, in my opinion. Even though it's been in the comics some time, it was more of a 90s era type of character from that particular era. But Mai Shiranui is a character that I've been, you know, it's involved in video game history forever. So at least it's been since he was introduced, also in the 90s, and it's been constant in all video games. All right, so let's move on. Now we're looking at Kratos, and there are two pieces, 1/3 scale, big boys here. You have the young Kratos, God of War, $15.49. If you're looking for those pieces, both pieces gonna cost you over $3,000 for sure. They're 1/3 scale, which is amazing. Sitting on the throne, interesting concept when we saw it previously in the previous showcase. Very, very cool, interesting concept. This is definitely, it's hard for me to see him sitting down, but I love that they both together represent the two sides of Kratos. And the young Kratos, of course, is the one that is angry. They're looking for vengeance. It does have the Blades of Chaos in this little proximity piece just to display, which is kind of nice. Very cool. That is the bonus part. Huge throne. But definitely you can see the strength, the youthfulness at this point of his life of Kratos. And definitely they took the inspiration from the video game. Definitely even the dimension of his body, his facial features, all of that, definitely taken from the original PlayStation 2 games. They turned into the PlayStation 3 games. And we have seen, I think some of them have been ported to PS4 now, of course, that you can play on the PS5 too. I do have them, so... and here, of course, the old Kratos, which definitely shows a different facet, an older Kratos. And yeah, just to give you a point of reference, maybe see if I can grab it here. Let me stand up for a bit. Sorry for that. I needed to stand up for a second, but the reason I wanted to stand up is just so I can show you this. Okay, this is the PlayStation 3 God of War saga. This is the 5 full games. Of course, this is the classic Kratos. This is like the original PS3 games. Well, of course, this is the collection when they were remastered for the PS3. This one also comes with the Origins collection, the PSP collection. Now I have those two on my PS3, but also, you know, you play on the PS4, all that. Any case, you know, Kratos is a character for sure, and really looking at it, they definitely capture his essence there. It looks really, really cool, but I do like the Ragnarok Valhalla version too. And I don't have those physical games. I have the digital versions of those, of the newer games, the Ragnarok games. And the other, they God of War, the reboot, and then, of course, in the Ragnarok. I like how the difference, even on the size of the throne, the king throne, the Olympus throne, and then, of course, you have the more rustic stone, you know, rock throne that he's sitting in, where you can see the evolution of the character from being so hasty into a man that is more control, has more self-control, but also have seen the pain of war. And I think they capture the essence of both there so great. Even on this display here, you can see they're side by side. That looks fantastic for sure. It looks great in my opinion. So I would say that it depends. Honestly, looking at this, if you love the original games, then you go for that. You like the new ones, but I do like both. And the why they represent the two faces of this character that is bigger than life for sure. And the evolution of the character. I think it's a great concept. It's very artistic in a way, very different than anything that you can expect. They did a nice job with it. So you can get that, or you can get, of course, the older version here. As we're looking, 400 pieces on that one too. It's very limited. And I'm sure that it will do great. This one also has proximity pieces. You got the Blades of Chaos, which is kind of interesting because these are the newer Blades of Chaos. Like you can see, these are more, you know, more artistically designed or anything. The other ones, they look more like in the game, the original game, and this one looks more like in the newer game. So just definitely they're really inspired on the game that they are part of. But it's still looking great. That portrait looks so realistic, and it's fully sculpted for sure. It has the LED illumination as well. Very nice piece. Some people may just simply go for one option of the other instead of having two. It's up to you. Very nice concept for sure. I would say that Prime1 did a really nice job with this one overall. All right, guys. Oh man, it's 10:47 Eastern Standard Time, and I have two more companies that I want to cover. But I want to take a final break just before we can leave. I want to take a final break and come back. I need to get up again. Yeah, and when I come back, I will talk about PCS. We're going to cover PCS quickly. And also, we're going to cover Pure Arts. But yeah, I would say Prime1 is doing amazing as always. The showcase was fantastic. Prices are insane. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, some stuff doesn't get to see the light of day. Some stuff gets canceled, which is a lot of the problem that we have. A lot of stuff that we see in the showcases doesn't make to see the light of day, or it takes forever to be released, or there's still things that we're waiting for like 2-3 years ago that was showcased and it hasn't been going on pre-order or was canceled completely, like The Boys, for example, they were canceled. So things like that. So there's always that, you know, that if they don't do well, they get canceled. And that is another sign of things not really so well sometimes in, you know, in the hobby. You know, not everything is gold, as some people believe. So let me get back with you in just a moment, and then we'll finish this video today. But thank you very much. Don't forget to leave a like or to subscribe if you're watching this and you like what I'm saying. My ramblings, I appreciate that you support the channel the way you do. Thank you, my friends. So see you in a moment. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I needed to stretch my legs again, and I needed to grab something to munch. I was like, oh man, I need to eat something very quick because I didn't eat dinner anyway when I got home. Any case, I grabbed something there quick. Thank you very much for your support. And as I always mention, just for reference here too. I after the video is done and everything, after I uploaded everything, I always timestamp the video, so you'll have that tomorrow. You know, if you want to come back, if you're watching in the future, you can always come back. You don't have to stick around if you don't have to be there all night. I get it. We all have things to do. But you can always go back and just, if you're interested in one particular thing, instead of just talking about everything, you don't care much everything. If you're only a statue collector, you only care about statues, one particular company over others, then you can go back to that section. You can always that. I try to do that. This is a way to help you navigate everything and make it easier for you. It makes it easier for me as well. All right, my friends. But thank you. Don't forget, leave a like. It's important to do that and to really push the channel. Moving on, we have still 2 more companies to cover. And for that, I'm going to take you to... I'm going to go first to PCS Collectibles. And... Alright, so we're looking at PCS. And there's a few things that I would like to cover here. I don't want to stick around forever. But you can see we're going to talk about the Toys right there. We're going to talk about Krang. Those are the things we're going to cover. But here, the collectibles. Okay, let me see what we can do. Collectibles. All right, feature items. Let's do sort by newest items. All right, so I saw today they have this Wolverine Fine Art Bust. It's coming on pre-order next week. So when that happens next week, we'll talk about it here on the channel for sure. But these are the most recent pre-orders. Of course, as always, Premium Collectibles Studio, PCS. It's been doing amazing stuff. Let me hover about a few things before we get into it. A lot of this stuff was showcased here at San Diego Comic-Con. We saw all this stuff there. And they have done really an amazing job in really bringing all this stuff that they showcased there. A lot of stuff went straight on pre-order. It's great. They didn't have to wait. That's another thing that I would say that it is good that they're doing. It's interesting that they're doing. And as you can see, there's a lot of stuff on pre-order for sure. A lot of stuff that some of this stuff we have covered. We talk about, of course, some stuff sold out, like this Unicron. We talk about it sold out completely. We talk about Emperor Palpatine last time. We talk about Rocky. We talk about Goliath, Broadway and Bronx, looking amazing. I think we covered we talk about Conan, The Last Ronin, 1/10 scale, which I like this much. It's still on pre-order, which is the version of the big one that they produced, which is still an amazing piece. Now they give you a 1/10, which is always an option. So you don't have you don't have the money to spend that much, and you want something that still represents The Last Ronin this best way. In my opinion, this is the best representation of The Last Ronin. Even as a 1/10, it looks phenomenal. Look at this, $400. It seems to be now a standard for a lot of 1/10 stuff, at least like dioramas. You get the 4 characters. Beautiful depiction, $450, and which is due now. You gotta pay that to receive it. It's a 1/10. Beautiful piece. It's it's about to be released soon, so this is the time to get it. It's been on pre-order for a little bit, but yeah, it looks great. But we also got this Deadpool Fine Art Bust. There's 2 kinds. There's the deluxe edition. There's the regular, $1,400 for the regular, and then you get the fine art. This one particularly, I think the difference in the 2 we'll find out. This particular bus, I don't see it yet, or I don't see it there. Well, we figured out. Here we on the pictures. Look at this one. Beautiful. I'm telling you, at first I was not a keen or fan of this big portraits like this, but they have grown on me, the detail and what they're trying to represent. There's a lot of things they're trying to represent here. At some point it may feel disorganized, but it's a beautiful depiction, and it has way detail, different scenes, different things of Deadpool, baby Deadpool and a unicorn, things like that. It's just a very interesting, very crazy looking statue. Definitely something that represents Deadpool really great. And look at that, you know, baby Cable right there. Baby Cable. That is cool. And Lady Deadpool right there with her swords. Interesting. Kid Deadpool. It's so full of details. So many different statues into one. Look at that taco right there. That doesn't look like a chimichanga. That's a taco. But oh, super cool. It's a very, very interesting. And when I look at the regular, which trying to figure out what the difference is here, because it's so similar. Okay, this one doesn't have the unicorn. So like if you don't feel like displaying anything in the back because you're gonna do it on the front, then you go for the regular. But that unicorn, it's kind of unique. It's different. So it's just the addition of something and add on to it, which makes it a little bit different. That's all it is. So now moving into the other statues, of course, we also have the Silver Surfer. There's two kinds. You have the regular version, $1,400, $1,650 for the deluxe edition. This is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 1/3 scale statue. Yes, a 1/3 Silver Surfer. I don't know. I think they're both chrome. The difference, this one has a base that has more detail. But it's chrome. Of course, this is based on the what's that? The Gladiator Hulk storyline. And he does have that chrome definition as a warrior that's about to fight, of course, Hulk. Very, very cool. We saw that at was San Diego Comic Con, the presentation. Very imposing piece, particularly with that chrome. Now, if you don't want to, you know, you want to just go for the regular. Honestly, I tell you, the regular looks fine to me. It's simpler. The base is simpler. It has less stuff, but it still has an imposing take. Now, I'm more of a fan of classic Silver Surfer. I love classic Silver Surfer. So, you know, this is if you're definitely a fan of the Gladiator Hulk and you're actually building a display with the Gladiator Hulk. But yeah, it's cool. I think they're both great. The simple is good. If you're more of a cleaner look type of person, definitely the one, the base with more stuff, it's definitely way more stuff. You don't need it in the long run of things. It depends on, you know, it's up to you. Other than that, I like the cleaner look. Although, yeah, the deluxe version is kind of nice with all the extra stuff that, you know, represents the storyline. Although the storyline is there, you have, you know, you have Silver Surfer and you have the surfboard on the background, and that's pretty much what you need. You don't need anything else, honestly. So there you have it. Now, keep moving into more things. Other things on this, of course, we have the Candyman quarter scale, and this is another here bust, the fine art statue. This is another one, which honestly, it's okay. I do like the concept. I found it a bit weird, some of the angles, of course, although it really represents the whole story. You know, of, you know, the birth really of Boba Fett, you know. It's how his beginnings, of course, are based on the films, the death of his father, Django, and then, of course, birth the type of person he is, and you can see that there. So yeah, there's a lot of things. Sometimes this can be a bit busy. No, don't get me wrong. They're artistic in take, but also very busy at some point. And I feel that on the side, yeah, it represents what it is. I just wish the helmet was bigger, at least have more real estate there, because at some point all this type of busts look extremely busy with so many different things. The Rancor right there looks great, all's fine. All the smokiness, the way that it's represented, it feels a bit too strong. Like, I don't know, the smokiness I'm not a fan of. I know it's smoke, but what is the point of that smokiness? Like, I don't know, it's something off about it. Although I like the statue here. it's so much busyness there, representing different things and different parts of the story. This one, I don't know. It's perhaps not my of all the busts that they have done like this. This is the one that feels the most busy, and in a way a bit disorienting. Although, you know, if you're a fan of the story, every angle is gonna give you something new. Even look at the light up there. But there's so many things happening. Although I think my favorite part of the whole depiction, besides of course Boba standing right there, is definitely the Kid Boba. Right there. Those are the two things. This part, but they could even be done as separate statues and not having the whole thing there with so many things happening. It's a concept. It's an idea. Some people will see it as artistic. Some people will see it as something worthy having. But for me, I found it too busy, honestly. More power, you like it, but definitely not my cup of tea. Another thing here, we got this Doctor Doom on this strong 1/3 scale. Of course, this is based on the Gamerverse. Pretty much just what they've been doing. It's a very cool idea. Very nice too, honestly. And he borrows a lot, honestly, from the original Sideshow quarter scale piece, the classic PF Grail piece. He does borrow some of the concepts. It's a lot going on, but it's definitely not a bad looking Doctor Doom. Very nicely displayed, very nicely done. The detail, you can see the eyes, fully sculpted piece. No, another great thing, of course, you don't have mixed media. Fully sculpted, very, very nicely done. I love the angel, this sculpture in the background. Very nice sculpture too of this angel. And you can see right there Mephisto, and now I noticed that right there sculpted there, and more bronze angels, and it looks like an Athena warrior. It's a beautiful, beautiful depiction for sure. This one, expensive, of course, due to the size, due to everything. $2,200. Beautiful, beautiful depiction. I don't know what you think about it, guy, but it looks really, really neat. Now, another piece that we saw, again, on the overscale of things, we saw this Vampirella here. You see 1950, a highlight, a half scale, $2,000. It was a highlight for sure at San Diego Comic Con. Like it. Vampirella is a beautiful character, always going to be hot and always going to represent really, really well. The portrait looks nice. Definitely nice detail, nice paint job, fully painted statue, very sexy, something that I would not be able to have here at home without having my wife being upset with me for a long time. And you can see all the skulls, very nice. It's a you know, the whole concept is clean, really well done. And definitely she's showing the asses as she always does. Very good. Half scale, was it necessary to have it a half scale? I don't think so. They could have just saved some money and put it at a quarter scale. People would still buy it. But hey, it seems like everybody wants bigger stuff nowadays. Now, if there's something that I've been appreciating, which I think is doing great, is this Disney stuff that they're showcasing right here. Let me show you this one. For example, Captain Hook. It's a 1/5 scale. They look way bigger when we're looking at it at Sideshow, you know what, it's Neo Comic Con. But definitely this are in line with the stuff that Sideshow was doing back in the day. They were also the same. And they look really, really well done. It's a continuation. In other words, it's like I feel like PCS took the lines that Sideshow was doing and they kind of put it on the side. It's taking it and they doing it on their own, and I think they do it fantastic. Captain Hook looks amazing. Look at this one, very well painted, 1/5 scale. Still has a lot of princess. There's something that sometimes people miss. Like back in the day, Sideshow did a lot of 1/5 scale stuff, and the 1/5 was amazing. I used to collect a lot of 1/5 stuff from Sideshow. Had a lot of beautiful pieces from 1/5. It's a good scale. When I look at the stuff from Sideshow, like the Tweeterhead, I'll just promote it as a 1/6. It's technically a 1/5. Beautiful scale, beautiful size. You don't even need a quarter scale. So this is a very nice piece, and the whole display here that you can come up with these two pieces, and the price point, I think it's a very nice price point. Fully sculpted pieces, well done. This is how you want to price things. $385. I think that's a great price. So this reminds us sometimes that sometimes people think that everything needs to be expensive when some companies are already producing. Even this company that has very expensive pieces is still producing all the products which are affordable. So I feel that there's always a chance for companies to produce stuff that is actually on the affordable side. And there's no excuse if you can manage to do it at that. And it's a Disney license, which is always expensive. So why is it that the other products that they sell, that's not like that? Another, for example, here, and then you can come up with so many. With that, at this price point, people I feel more inclined to buy, and they'll buy more stuff within the same collection. For example, here you can see the Snow White right here. This Snow White, there's two differences. $385 for the regular one. If you want the deluxe version, it's $650, which is understandable. It's still not a bad price. It's a 1/5. Because of that huge base, we saw it on the there, and it was great. The Secret Sanctuary, my good friend from the Secret Sanctuary, he posted a video when he was there and showcasing the stuff. Look amazing. He did amazing on as always he does, and all the cons that he goes. It was an impressive piece. I think these pictures don't do justice how impressive they are in person. And you can also get the Evil Queen right there and create that display. Very nicely done. And yes, $650, I get it for the price because you get the huge piece. But if you don't want to have that, you know, the Evil Queen disguised as an old lady, and you want to have, well, actually that's her real her. But in any case, if you want to have that, you want to have just Snow White, you pay only $385. Still a beautiful representation of Snow White, and I'm sure people are going to just go for it. A lot of people are going to like it. So that is not a bad thing there. But moving into other things, perhaps we can go and see more of the Disney stuff here. Another thing, for example, the Gargoyle, we have Hudson and Brooklyn. These are bigger, of course. You know, we already know that. These are what, quarter scale? Yeah, but they're pricey, but they're two pieces. Do I think the price is fair? Sorta. But this collection continues to grow very nicely, by the way. And all this added to the other characters, creating a whole diorama with the others, with Goliath and everybody else. I think that is pretty neat. Interchangeable portraits for Brooklyn, and here are the other characters all combined together, gonna create this display. That's a nice display, by the way. Very nice display. Very well done there. Another property from Disney. Hudson and Brooklyn. It's a nice display. The 5 characters all together. That is nice. Now, here are the other 2 pieces. On the Disney stuff, we have Peter Pan 1/5 scale. This is the one that is going to look great battling Captain Hook. Very nicely well done with the crocodile. That is a pretty nice display. And I think you don't break the bank with those pieces. At $385, the most you're going to end up paying with the chip and all that is around $800. And you have a very beautiful display. And you have 2 pieces together. I think that is a very neat display. $385 for that. Also, let me show you the Evil Queen. Right there, 1/5 scale, $385 for the regular one. If you only want that, beautiful depiction of the Evil Queen. Love the portrait, by the way. How proud she looks. But the exclusive version, the $650 comes, of course, with a mirror. That is going to be sit right next to the other the other display, large display for the Snow White with the old lady, the evil witch too. Very nice. They have done a really nice job with this piece for sure. $650. Still, I think it's not a bad price for a large size. And again, we saw that, and they're not small. 1/5 scale is never small. So that is something to consider. Now, keep moving into, we saw the Ghost Rider. We're going to look at it in just a moment. I want to look at Venom. Final Statue Bust, $1,600 for this one. There's 2 versions, of course. The regular, it has less stuff. If we look at this version, the paint job is amazing. I don't know who painted, but whoever painted it did an amazing job. This Venom has a lot of detail. There is Venom. And there's so many different things going on happening there. And let me see something. Am I looking at... Just bear with me while I'm trying to decipher certain things here. Uh-oh, I returned to whatever I was doing before. Okay, let me just go back. I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay. All right, so we have the... Let me actually look at the first one. That way it's easier of the... Yeah, let me look at the regular one. The $1,400. Okay, 14. So that way I know the differences. I love the paint job again. Whoever did it, I love how they did the fangs. You know, it looks like translucent resin. Hey, what's up, Eddie? Yes, that looks insane. Those fangs are really nice. The tongue, I love the red. And here you can see Venom looking amazing, and the different Carnage and all the different Venoms and symbiotes characters. And there's so many there. Okay, see now face. This is the basic one. And that's it. Okay, so the only difference here, it doesn't have Knull. I don't see him. But honestly, do you really need Knull with this one? I don't, you know, it's more of a modern comics or stuff, but, you know, because, you know, we see it more. He knows become more a bigger character. Also in the Gamerverse, you know, you see like in the Rivals games, you know, Knull has a big part of the story. But I don't see it as an important part here. And I think Venom as an all on Carnage is more than enough if you want to have that Venom. You don't need anything else. So that's the regular $1,400. Now, the expensive was $600, $200 more. Same piece. The only difference is this one has on the side has Knull. Which, you know, for me, Knull was always more than anything a character that it started really with Thor. It was always more of a Thor character. So I don't know. It just for, you know, it kind of evolved into what it is now. But in any case, Knull would be the only difference, and you got the other characters. It makes it more basic, but yeah, honestly, yeah, Knull is kind of cool. But if you want to Knull, then just go by the statue of Knull. You know, that is. Other than that, you know, go for the regular one, honestly. I think that's what it's going to be even more impressive. It's just impressive as it is without Knull. And I'm not saying that Knull statue is not bad. It's just I feel that you don't need it with that bust for sure. Now, if I got to show you, like now, if you want to have Knull, it's separate, then you can go for the 1/3 scale statue, which is expensive, by the way, $2,200 for Knull. And it comes with the black throne and everything. Definitely, this is like the other guys we saw, but this is the large version. It's a enlarged version. More detail, of course, on the portrait. Very cool, of course, based on the mostly in the Gamerverse. Well, actually, based on Snap video game, right there, taking inspiration from that art. But other than that, it's a lot of black. I don't know if who would actually go for Knull. I personally wouldn't. But yeah, if you want, and it's a 1/3 too, but super expensive to be honest. I'm not sure if this is something that a lot of people are gonna be interested on. I don't know how many fans of Knull are out there, honestly. Now I want to see a Ghost Rider. Let's click on this one. This one is on the wait list. Of course, there's 2 variations of Ghost Rider. I think they at Sideshow, we may go there in a moment just to give you an idea. But look at the prices, a 1/3 scale, huge. Do I think this is better than the one produced by Sideshow recently? I will say the 1/4 scale Sideshow is still amazing. That premium format is awesome. So this is a 1/3, still kind of follows the same trend. It's huge, massive, great detail, super expensive. I'm sure they did well. The bike and everything. This is one of those pieces that is showstopper for sure, but and the light up looks terrific. And the whip, the fire whip, all the stuff that he's carrying looks really impressive. The great detail on that bike, you know, the great detail on his clothing. They look like the leather, black leather detail there. It's such a phenomenal piece. Sold out completely here. But don't fret if you're still interested on it, because if I'm not mistaken, it's still available at Sideshow. Right there. Again, this is the... Oh, it's on the wait list. Actually, no, there's two. So there's the regular version, or variant edition as they call it, and then the regular one. Okay, so the variant's a little cheaper. But here, again, I like what they did. The variant is the one that's right now on pre-order, which is the more classic version. The classic version of the Ghost Rider, the modern, that did really well, is on the wait list, but I like the classic. But when you look at this one right here, again, it's on the wait list too. You can actually, if you're interested, go to Sideshow and wait list, but the price, look at $4,000. But if you want to save some money, you get to this variant version, which is... Take the variant, and that variant is not bad for price, but it doesn't have as much of a... Does it have a whip? It doesn't have a light up feature. So you save money on the light up, but still it has the same skull detail as the other, which honestly looks really neat. Still looks amazing. It's an amazing depiction. Honestly, I would say with all the Ghost Riders that I've seen, perhaps this is the one that is the most dynamic, the most well presented, the more well executed in a way. Although Sideshow and this one, they compete with each other. I think I like the depiction, but this one has a better handle on that bike, that, you know, because you can see the full bike. Of course, you know, we have seen other companies producing Ghost Rider. What was that? XM Studios. Yeah, that Ghost Rider quarter scale from XM Studios is also phenomenal. But look at the price. It's an spec fiction here. And they still have it. You know, of course, sometimes it's been displayed, so it's a used one. Spec fiction has been doing that too. Still an amazing piece. A lot of, I would say, you know, some people would say that actually XM copy the style. No, XM, I'm sorry. PCS copy the style of this one. And in a way, they're not wrong. Took a lot of inspiration from it. And really kind of did it their own. But honestly, that is the way you want to depict anyway. And look at the price for this quarter scale that is, of course, now in the this aftermarket prices. And you can have it, you know, a little cheaper, regular version here, which I look is very dynamic. I really like the dynamic pose of this one. I like the base. Now, the base does remind me a lot of the base that they use for the Bowen Designs Ghost Rider back in the day. That is the base that they use in that angle, which makes it look, you know, it really kind of showcases the bike. Let me see if I show you Bowen Designs. Ghost Rider, which technically was a mini, not the mini bus, but the mini statue right here. Right there. I don't know if you can see that picture. Right there. It was technically like that. That's a full-size statue, because there was the full-size, I think there was the mini too. And very cool, you know, for the time, it was an interesting concept, but yeah, it's more like showing it. It really showcases the bike in a way. And the one that I reviewed on this channel many years, the Gentle Giant Ghost Rider, I review on this channel. Right here, actually, this is my video. This is my video here. If I put it there, very beautiful piece, 1/6 scale. I don't need to know any of that. I don't care, but this is the one I reviewed many years ago. This is my video that I'm showing you. This is the one from Gentle Giant back in the day. Looking at this video, sometimes I cringe when I look at some of the old videos that I used to produce back in the day. The light-up feature was not really strong. And I'm telling you, we have come a long way from those statues. I was comparing that with the Kotobukiya Spider-Man. A beautiful piece for sure. And here also with the Kotobukiya Deadpool, also produced, manufactured by Eric Sosa. very cool. You know, just to kind of back to memory lane a little bit, really remembering some of the old things that we did. We have come a long way, you know, honestly, with the quality of the stuff, the things that there's done. Yeah, but the price is the thing. It's a beautiful depiction, no doubt. Sideshow has the variant, which is the wild with all the crazy light up feature and all that. The light up feature is what really makes it extremely expensive. Even though it has all these light up features, I still find it way too expensive, way more than it needs to be. That's for sure. But, you know, just for that quick reference. And here, let me see. It's on the wait list declare, but okay, no. They only have that one. They don't have the basic one. I don't see it. Okay. All right, so we're moving now. We already did this. We already look at all of this. Wow, it's taking a while. You know, PCS we've been skipping it for a while. So look at this. You know, we also, again, looking at the statues that we saw. The Planet Hulk. I gotta be honest. I like the Planet Hulk a lot. The different ones that they have done, I think this is perhaps my favorite one. And they have the regular one, which is this one, which is more of a serious face. It's an interesting take on the face. And of course, there you have the Silver Surfer, which is the same statue that we saw, but now in a smaller scale, which looks great. And there is, of course, the fighting, the Gladiator Hulk right there fighting. It's beautiful, no doubt about it. Beautiful detail there. The silver is painted silver, but it doesn't have that chrome touch that the 1/3 scale statue, the Silver Surfer, had. But that's fine. That's just the regular one. But now you have the other one. So the regular is $15.75. If you pay $16.75, then you get this one. Which honestly, if you're gonna choose one, might as well just go with the teeth, because I like those pearly teeth. And the detail is the same. The only difference is the portrait. Not interchangeable portrait. It's just showing the teeth. I don't know why was the point of having two portraits like that. But in any case, this is the way you want to showcase it. It's very clean. Perhaps my favorite. Definitely the two busts that they have done. I think this one and the Deadpool. I go for the exclusive for this one of the deluxe version. And for the Venom, I go for the regular version. Knull is not necessary there in my opinion. So what else? Let me keep going. All right, so it's kind of in circles, back and back and back. It's not the most friendly website anyway. But here, of course, you see way more stuff. Way more stuff. Of course, we have also Chun-Li's, but then we have this Raphael. You are into the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's two different kinds. They're half scale. It seems that people want more bigger stuff. You know, do you really want a big scale Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles based on the film statue? I don't, but it seems some people do. $16.50 for the regular, and of course, or you can choose, which is just basic. And if you want the exclusive, in this case is the one $16.50, has the pose, of course, based on the film. And it have that little deluxe edition, includes the baby Raphael accessory where he's holding his pizza. That goes alongside it. Nice detail, nice touch. Were you paying what? $200 for that? For a tiny little statue? Although again, it's a half scale, so yeah, it's not a small one. Very simple base. Cool concept. $18.50, $16.50. So it's $200 for that little baby Raphael. So interesting there. All right, just get me out of there. And here, of course, now we also have, looking at the same Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, we got the Shredder armor, life-size electroplated armor set, the Ooze edition, as they call it. And then you have the other. What's the difference between those two? Let's look at the most expensive, the $16.50. Well, actually, they're both the same. Oh, I see why. There's some differences on the type of armor. I think it's because of the film. Let me look at this one. They're both. I think they represent different films. The life-size electric armor. This is from the original film. Okay, so that looks very, very neat. This is the original, the first film. Very cool. Nice detail. You know, I recently added the set from RO Video, and I review it here on the channel. I unbox it. Looks amazing. I was watching it today. I was enjoying watching that film. Very well done. Orokusaki, the Shredder. Very nice. This is the, you know, I like this one more than the half-scale statue. I think I like this one because it's a prop. A very nice looking prop, by the way. Very, very well done. And then you have the two different versions. What's the difference between the regular? Oh, okay. There's different variations, exclusives too. And what's the difference, to be honest with you? Oh, because one is electroplated and the other one is stainless steel. Okay, so the electroplated is $16.50. Cool. But you want some stainless steel, which you're gonna pay way more. Look at this price, $4,000. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Well, I stick with the electroplated. That's for the first film. Man, that's crazy pricing. Now, if you want to get the Armor Set Ooze Edition, which is, of course, Secret of the Ooze, this is for the second film. And, of course, it represents that. Oh, wow. Cool detail, cool design. You know, it's just a variant. It's a variation, just second film for sure. Nice. And the same thing. It's going to be $16.50 for the regular, electroplated. Stainless steel is going to be around $4,000. Yep. Man, that's crazy pricing. Yeah, like what? $4,000. It went from like, oh, stainless steel is going to be $2,000. I'll tell you, stainless steel, yeah, it can be expensive, but it's not that expensive. It's a steel. Which can be manufactured really cheap sometimes. You know, I may be wrong. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I found it like, okay, well. But in any case, that's what they're asking for it, man. As soon as I saw that, I was like, what the heck? Still beautiful. No doubt about it. Don't get me wrong. I like it. And definitely, it's for the hardcore collector, it's definitely going to be there. But man, price-wise. And there's other things they produce. I'm going to skip the Grid Alien, but look at Chun-Li. Of course, they, you know, it's PCS is synonymous with Street Fighter. So they have 3 variations of Chun-Li that we have seen before. The half scale, of course. We have this, of course, the more traditional. I'm going to look at that first. $22.50. I'm telling you, it's not a bad price, but honestly, I did like the Chun-Li that actually was showcased at PCS. PCS Prime1 Studio was showcased at the Next Level Showcase that is based mostly on the newer game. Looks great. It's going to be a quarter scale. It's going to be probably around the same price of this. Smaller scale, quarter scale. But I like the detail. I think it looks great in person, although it feels like it doesn't have as much detail. Some of the companies are doing some crazy detail nowadays. Because, for example, look at the paint. You can still see the lines in the hair. You can see where the paint starts. So it's not as clean on this particular, even on this prototype. It does have mixed media. It's definitely showcasing a classic portrait, you know, classic, as the way we remember Chun-Li for sure. There's even a video if you want to watch the video. Man, that thing was super loud. But it's showcasing the different variations of Chun-Li. This is from the alpha game. Those ties don't lie, that's for sure. And of course, the more modern rendition that we saw on Street Fighter 4. This was Street Fighter 4. So that's cool. So here you have the variant, of course. Same price, $22.50 for the alpha version, which a lot of people really are fans of the alpha series. And definitely she looks even more menacing. That backside looks more menacing for sure. It's a very nice detail there. That one too. Same everything. It's just the outfit has changed. Still very athletic body, same pose. Very cool. Although the portrait needs some work, in my opinion, some work. Now, if I'm going to this other version, same price. They're all the same price if you really want to have them all. But this is the outfit that was used actually on Street Fighter 4, one of the variant outfits. Very strong, also very beautiful outfit and very athletic. Actually, it fits better, this portrait with this version than it does with the alpha, or even the regular one. Beautiful. They're beautiful, no doubt about it. Just again, they're priced, they're half scale, so they're up there in price. Cool on that. And let me now move. We already covered a lot of PCS stuff, man. You know, again, we've been skipping so long. I haven't been doing these videos for so long. It's been, you know, I apologize for that. It's just life. And we talk about this. Of course, we got Michael Myers, this boss. They've done well. We talk about Boba Fett. We talk about the Ghost Rider. We talk about him. I'm going to skip Michael Myers. I think a lot of people love Michael Myers for sure. I know one of them. I've never been a pinhead. I'm not necessarily a you know, horror type of guy. But I want to talk about this two right here. Actually, I skip one. I don't know if it's here. I think we might have to go to Sideshow. Because I want to... well, we'll talk about it in a moment. But in any case, let's go here. Okay, still with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but mostly on the 1/3 based on the modern stuff. We got Crank, for example. We already saw Crank. I would say it looks great. It's a modern rendition of Crank. Not bad. Very interesting take on Crank. Definitely, I think the Kuchak brothers were involved in the designing of this line, which has been very popular for sure. The 1/3 scale line. It has a swap out right arm with the weapon and just a hand. Very cool concept. And Crank there. Very, very, very cool. This is the deluxe version. Now you also have Rocksteady, which is the most recent one. 1260. This Rocksteady looks really cool. Again, a modern take of Rocksteady, also with some of that sensibilities of the original cartoon. Very cool with the different portraits. It's nice that he's offering two. Has grenades, has everything. He's just definitely ready for battle. Very cool design, very, very cool concept. All fully sculpted, no mixed media. Looking really neat. I like the detail there. There's a lot of detail on this piece. This is a very, very nice one. Now, moving from this, we'll cover Wolverine next video. But I did skip one. I don't see it right here. Let's see. Deja Torres. I don't know if they have it here or we have to go to oh, right there. Deja Torres. Of course, we have seen some beautiful Deja Torres here. This one, silver exclusive, we talked about it before. Beautiful depiction of the Torres for sure. Sold out. Did so well. This was a quarter scale. But now, the company is not skipping on even going higher than that with the size. So they come up with this Deja Torres. This is, of course, a half scale. Was it necessary to go a half scale? I don't think so. They couldn't. Maybe quarter scale would have been fine. 1/3 perhaps, but I don't know what's the point of doing. Still looks great. I don't know who this is inspired from, what artist is inspired from. There's so many artists that I could think of. Garza, one of them. There's different artists that have done the Tories that they do stuff with Dynamite. But she looks gorgeous. No doubt about it. She looks beautiful. And as you can see, the paint job is nice. The detail on her skin, the bronze skin, it really shines. And the color, beautiful piece, no mixed media. No need. I don't think there's mixed media. I think those parts are sculpted around her body. They are sculpted. Very, very nice detail. Even the paint job, I see the artist painted here. This what it seems like veins onto her legs. You can see like the color of the veins. Very nice, very natural color. The painter did a phenomenal job with this one. The body feels so natural. Even the contortions of her body, look and see right here. You can see the contortion that looks like more natural. The little lines in the skin, the folds of the skin, folds right here under her back cheek. That looks natural. Here on her elbow, look and see the natural cheeks. The sculptor did a fantastic job, and the painter respected that and highlighted those areas. The portrait, that face, those beautiful eyes. This is a nice piece. No, there's no doubt about it. You know, like look and see everything. Look and see. It's a beautiful piece. Beautiful. That's for sure. The Atori looks amazing. Again, does it need to be half scale? No. Could have been 1/3, more than enough. But, you know, there's going to be somebody that's going to take it. I think it's a beautiful depiction, natural as it is. Quarter scale will be more than enough. People will love it as a quarter scale. Is it the best day Atori's ever created? I don't know. It's a tough call. It's a beautiful one. And it's up there. And PCS has produced enough Deatoris to say that they know what they're doing. It's just it's beautiful. It's a beautiful piece, no doubt. $2,000. Yeah, definitely steep. But when you look at the Deatoris, again, if we put Deatoris right there, only 2 come out. Those 2 were beautiful. Those 2 are beautiful. This one, of course, the old one. Now, if I go to Sideshow or the Deatoris, let's just do a statue. Look at all the Deatoris collectibles here. Look at every Deatoris you guys see. Of course, we saw this one. Because, you know, again, you know, they've been producing scales, so I think they have to continue producing scales. We saw, of course, the quarter scale. We saw the 1/3 scale also produced by PCS. And it says mature content. Are you all enough to handle all the hotness? Of course I am. And this, of course, PCS. This is another great piece, in my opinion. A different concept, a different artist, different style. Sold pretty well. 750 pieces were sold there. And of course, now we get this one, which I would say from the 3, perhaps this is the most beautiful one. But other ones that we have seen, of course, the Sideshow premium format figure, amazing. We saw this one, Princess of Mars. This is an old style. This is the Quarantine Studio. We talked about it a long time ago. That sold pretty well too. Deatori is just a character that sells. This is another Princess of Mars, based mostly on the novel, on the display. This is based, this X Plus. This is based on some of those original covers that were used for the original novels, where she looks more, you know, more Greek in style, rather than that more of a Arabic design that was later introduced. And also we got this one, also Diamond Eye Artist Proof Edition. This is Dynamite Entertainment alone, where they were doing their own stuff. Dynamite sometimes produces their own statues. So yeah, there's been, you know, statues. As you can see, it's a bronze statue. This is very, very unique, very, very different. And I'm sure that there will be more Deatoris in time, as time progresses. So, but yeah, they did a really, really nice job. All right, so, man, this night has been long. Already almost midnight here. But before I go, let me go to Pure Arts. We spend good time, you know. I'm trying to make up time. Hopefully next video we don't have that problem. But of course, trying to catch up. I know so many people have always waiting for me to say things about certain collectibles. I thank you for always trusting me on this. Thank you for always listening. I always appreciate your support very much. Pure Arts always doing amazing stuff for sure. We have talked about some of this stuff. Some of this stuff is great. Some of this stuff, well, not so much. It depends on how you see it. Also, what do you prefer? So the most recent stuff that we have seen here. we had seen, of course, here you can see there's more statues, many statues we have seen. Of course, they continue to do stuff like the Borderlands right here, the Psycho Bandit Art Mask exclusive edition. If you're into Borderlands, beautiful depiction there, artistic design there. Assassin's Creed Animus Arno quarter scale statue exclusive edition, $899. They also have this Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Zeri of Sintra 1/6 scale premium articulated figure, something that they've been actually going into. The figures, $349. We know, as I mentioned, figures are something that are really gaining a lot of traction. We have Borderlands Callus the Ripper Queen 1/6 scale statue exclusive edition. Very cool, interesting concept. It's pricey. Now, I like this 2XKO Jinx and Warwick 1/10 scale statue. This is a game that I've been starting to play, not as much. I still had some I guess some work to do with the game. I'll try a little more, practice way more. But, you know, very cool. $299, 1/10 scale statue. Really well done. Very, very cool. So I'm trying to see. I don't see if I can open this images anymore. Oh yeah, I can. Let me see if I can do this one here. As you can see right there, very cool for 110 and very nice price as a diorama. This is something that you probably will see somebody else pricing at $600, $400, $500. So the fact that they are pricing it consciously, I think that is a good thing. It's a very well detailed 110 scale statue for sure. So cool. Ooh, we come out of there. We don't want that. So that is very, very neat. Also, they have another one here is with Echo. Another one here is Ari and Echo, two characters that I really actually like very, very much. So here you can see on these characters, very cool. I like this one a lot. These two characters I like. So but for $300, I think they hit the market. Oh, sorry. Oh, wow. My apologies. So this one hits the market for me. Very well done. Very nice pose in a fighting pose. Very, very impressive piece. And I think what they're designing is, yeah, they're designing in a way that actually they sit side by side. So this one sits on one side. This one sits on the other one. So they're all in a fighting mode, fighting each other. That is a cool design. Now, look at this, Terminator 2 and Remoto 101 Art Mask exclusive edition. This is kind of like a bus. Oh, actually, I can look it up here. It's like a bus with a mask. Very nice detail for sure. Look at that. In comparison to what they have done before. Very, very cool as a bus. Very nice detail. $299. I think Pure Arts is kind of hitting it in the spot that they need to be price wise. I think price wise is where you want to did. Yes, it's not as, you know, like maybe lack some detail, but honestly, it looks really nice without having to compromise on spending so much. And yes, if I had a display, honestly, if I have to display this character this way, I will definitely, my first reaction would be just display with the glasses. I would not display without it. Without it, it looks okay. But the glasses kind of cover some, perhaps what you can call imperfections and make it more impressive in my opinion. That's the way you want to showcase it. That's how I see it. So that is very, very cool. But now, I want to talk about this one, which is the most recent piece that they have done, which is this Prestige line Assassin's Creed Altair half-scale statue. Now they're going, you know, as we know, all the companies want to go into, kind of tap into that market of the expensive stuff, you know, so they're going into the more expensive, $3,000 for this. Is there a market for Altair at this price point? I don't know. Honestly, as much as there's a lot of fans of Assassin's Creed, I don't know if there's a market, a heavy market that is willing to pay that amount of money. I may be wrong. It's still beautiful. We have seen other pieces on this. Detail is great. Outfit looks on point. Everything looks on point. It's just, again, it's just the price, which I feel that it's a little too steep. The base is simple. It has the Assassin's Creed symbol. Everything is good. The blade, all of the weapons, all of that. The face, the portrait. If I'm not mistaken, the portrait is made out of silicone. The face, all of that. So that is one of the reasons why, of course, they are pricing it the way they at, because they're using tough materials. You know, they're using high quality materials for likeness and all. All right, my friends, this is it. This is it. Okay. I think I made a mistake. My apologies. Let me see if I can fix it. All right. Maybe you can see me now. Sorry. Okay. It seems like I messed up a few things. I was pressing some buttons and mess it up. So I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for that. It was not my intention. But I want to say sorry for that. That wasn't the intention. That wasn't the intention. In any case. Oh, not responding. Okay. I think it's this here right now. Okay, whatever. Okay. Trying to get back on it. But in any case, sorry. Just we're back. I did by mistake press something that I wasn't supposed to, and it created some sort of issue. So I am so sorry for it. It was not my intentional. It's just I'm tired. It's like midnight now, and I've been talking forever, out for 4 hours. 4 hours. But I want to say thank you very much. Yeah, collectibles are way expensive right now, but there's still beautiful art out there represented. I like it when the companies are more conscious about the price, and some companies are producer and things, but I feel that companies, they do that as an afterthought. They should concentrate more on actually doing things consciously about, you know, selling the stuff that people they want to see. You know, not necessarily just concentrate on what it seems, you know, that was going to make more money. Because honestly, can you make that much money? That's the question. Are you going to be able to make all that money in an economy like this one? I don't know. It's one of those things where more and more it seems that, you know, like, you know, people are not being smart about it. You know, like they don't see, the companies are just thinking about the quick cash in rather than thinking about it in the long run. Like if I produce something so big that people are it's going to cover so much space, they're not thinking about what could be in the future if they want to do something more to be a companion to that. So yeah, I think the companies need to be smarter in the way they do certain things and be conscious about it. You know, be conscious about how are they tackling certain things if people are really paying attention. You know, like if people really are caring about those things, because yeah, you can have a half scale statue, but are people gonna keep up paying the same price every time, like 3,000 again and again and again? I don't think so. That's when people get tired. So sometimes it's better to be conscious of that and produce a product that is affordable, so people keep buying because it's affordable, or because even if it's not affordable, it's more conscious of the consumer thinking about the long run. So if you're gonna produce a statue that is gonna cost you, I don't know, like 3,000 for the consumer to pay, versus like you can make that in one time and that's it, it's over, customer, that's it, it's done for a while. Or you can produce a statue for 800 or 600 and then produce another for $600, $800. People feel more at ease paying little by little, or paying for little things and accomplishing more little by little. But that was the principle. That was this hobby started, and that's how this hobby grew, because little by little you started building things, and it didn't feel like a punch in the face. It didn't feel like right away you gotta just give up the money, like a hold up. You know, like I feel like somebody's putting a gun in your head and telling you, hey, you need to spend that money. It didn't feel like that. But it's feeling more and more like that. Like I feel like, you know, like they forcing us to pay more. And honestly, people are jaded. So, you know, in my mind, you know, people should be more, not people, but I think companies should be more careful of that. They should be more conscious of that. In any case, I want to say thank you very much for being supportive of the channel. Thank you for watching this. I appreciate it tonight. Thank you, Eddie, for watching the video. Thank you for support. Thank you, Ryan. Going through the comments. Warrior 1313. Thank you very much, my friend. Agent BP. Thank you, all of you, everyone that stopped by. Mr. Popo. Each one of you that took the time to leave a comment. Thank you. And everyone that didn't. Thank you. Thank you for being supportive of the channel. Thank you for everything you do. Stay tuned for more videos. I'm going to be working on them. We try to do these videos. Hopefully the next one is not as long as this one, and it just takes less time. But have a great weekend, my friends. Enjoy. If you're going in through here, like, you know, the cold weather that is hitting us in this part of the US, be careful driving. You know, hopefully everything is okay wherever you're at in the country, or wherever outside of the United States, whatever in the world. Thank you for your support, my friends. God bless you. Have a good night. I'll talk to you again. Bye-bye.